took what it said in the book seriously. I wanted to find God, and so does I found God. And then I ended up going to New York after at Israel. Period. I had to come back. Like for whatever reason, it wasn't long term. I decided to come back to America, and it was too hard for me to follow my Judaism in Detroit. So I ended up in New York, and I further got involved with Hasidim, ultra Orthodox Jews, and I studied for many more years under pretty big known rabbis. Anyone knows anything about Judaism, we could mention the specific rabbis or rebbes that I studied under, and I studied a lot of Talmud in text, and I was involved in this synagogue called Emunas Yisrael, the Belief of Israel, that had the longest prayer service in Brooklyn, like an hour and a half every morning, and we said every word slowly and with meaning. And like a lot of Orthodox Jews, anyone knows Orthodox Jews, like they mumble the words very quickly and just speed through kind of like mantras that we have to say. So I found this synagogue that was the slowest prayer service in all of Brooklyn. I took my Judaism very seriously. I finished all of Talmud. I a big library, and I even served, not just studied under big rabbis. I served them, I drove them, I cleaned for them. I basically did whatever they told me for years. And actually, interesting, like I got involved in day trading and stocks, and my chess. Actually, people were very impressed by my chess credentials and gave me a lot of opportunity based on that. And my parents never really bought into Judaism. Like my mother came from a Reformed Jewish family. My father's a medical doctor. Some agnostic leanings, but basically believes in evolution. So Judaism's a family religion. It's very hard to be an Orthodox Jew without your family involved, because like almost everyone's cousins and big families. And for a period of time I was a student. People just thought I was an Orthodox Jew if I didn't tell them. So I just ended up coming back to Detroit, finishing my degree at University of Michigan that I had dropped out of to go to Israel in the first place. And I decided I wanted to be more well-rounded. I ended up with a degree in civil engineering. My father always had a big library as a kid. Over the TV, we had the great classics of the Westerns, like the 100 most famous authors, Aristotle, Plato, Hegel. So even as a kid, I was familiar and had read a decent amount of some of the famous philosophy. And then I got in this debate, I'd kind of bought the full Orthodox Judaism, although because like I'm only a half Jew and it's kind of like a family religion, and my family that never switched over to fully, they never really bought the validity of the religion. So I started getting involved with the Hare Krishnas and Hinduism, largely at university. I needed people to associate with, and I liked Hinduism. I liked the food. I liked the philosophy, and they were also very negative on evolution and the soul. So like university, like the Hare Krishnas were probably the most religiously fundamental group. I was kind of dressing Hasidic. I had my tzitzis and my beard, and so they were probably the most fundamental religious group on campus in terms of like just fully rejecting evolution, the soul, various things. So I teamed up with them, and then I started talking with this guy, Luke Ford, in California, who's an interesting convert to Orthodox Judaism. Father was a famous Christian preacher, Seventh-day Adventist, and he specializes, I guess, at that point in talking to white nationalists. So I started through him, like debating white nationalists, and he was very big in evolution. He thought I was crazy for, that I didn't believe in evolution, especially because I was educating, considered me smart. He couldn't understand how someone, according to, like so smart, didn't think evolution was true. Although ironically, a lot of like the people with white national leanings that were listening to him didn't believe in evolution either. So they hooked me up with a debate against JF, John Frances Garepi. And that, I also debate like Eric Stryker and different people defending the Jews. But it was the debate with JF Garepi that made me seriously decide to return to the study of science and philosophy, because like I almost minored in psychology, linguistics, physics. I have almost 200 credit hours, university, Stony Brook, and various things. And but when I debated JF Garepi, I saw like I think I did pretty well actually, but I realized how little I knew, and it made me hit the books pretty hard for like 2 3 years in streaming. I did these public study sessions. I met Jennifer, who kind of like Hindu leanings, also strongly rejected evolution, believed in the soul and reincarnation. That was the main thing why I teamed up with Jennifer, because she was the only one who really took these spiritual topics seriously at an academic level. And then COVID-19 hit, and like I manage a few properties. I run an eBay business from my house. Unfortunately, I'm an old single man, so I took advantage and spent the last year and a half studying kind of like Talmudic, like I did in Israel, except more not so much Judaism anymore, but the generic things, philosophy, science, like 10 hours a day for the last year and a half. And with Jennifer, I really like the hard problem of consciousness. I know T Jump is interested in that from the opposite perspective, like Penrose Hamarov. um, I'm not a materialist. I became more universal. I call myself a universal humanist. I went to the school in Michigan called the Roper School. Supposed to have 130 IQ. It was founded by a disciple of Freud, and the Frankfurt School, based on universal humanism. So I've always been a universal humanist with even adapted like Hasidic Judaism. Judaism could be particularist in some way, but I generally always took a universalist approach to it. And my main interest is specifically the hard problem of consciousness, which unfortunately is not that popular of a topic. So T Jump is one of the few people to actually talk about it. Me and Jennifer were on the Zoom call for the Penrose Hamarov conference. There was almost no media attention, even to like the main streamers. I think T Jump probably gets more views than any of the top people in consciousness. So it's not that popular of a field. There's some spiritualists that are popular, but they don't really take it from a scientific approach. So with that, I guess that's my background. So if people have any specific questions, if there's no one here who has specific questions about like Jewish or Hasidic theology, I may be somewhat of an expert of that. I also have a little bit of expertise on the Holocaust. God forbid. I have a large library. I went to schools that were almost exclusively founded by Holocaust survivors, and I've been debating kind of counter Semites for a few years now. That has also made me research that topic extremely. And but I have generic Hasidic Jewish Orthodox philosophy. And just the last point, um, I'm basically an Orthodox Jew, um, within the confines of being a half Jew and universal humanistic, or Hindu leanings. But I went to classical Orthodox schools. No Orthodox Jew would really classify themselves as a dualist. That's like a Greek philosophical term that some scholars like Maimonides, who said Aristotle was the greatest philosopher ever, that reached the highest levels that a man could reach with out becoming a prophet, and various leanings might classify things within the Greek system. So I've created this what I call the multiple truth hypothesis, specifically to try to work with different schools of philosophy that have different axioms. Like, so to say, okay, I'm a dualist, and there could be Hindus or Christians that are also dualist, but we're not necessarily in agreement. We just have a similar understanding about how the mind-body interaction of the spiritual and material realms work. So I also did interfaith for years, and I try to be, take people at their good faith, that maybe what they believe in is true, maybe what they believe in is some sort of accurate description of the interplay of God, the spiritual and material realms. And even though they contradict themselves, a lot of atheists, one of the reasons people are atheists is because of all the contradictions between the religions. So basically, I just let these conflicting ideas sit in my mind, and maybe they're all true, and to work my best in the system without trying to do the logical conclusions. Well, this contradicts, these both can't be true. So like the joke from the Fiddler on the Roof, where one guy says like he's right, and the other guy says he's right, and the other guy says, well, they can't both be right, and they said, well, he's right too. So it's kind of like a Pilpul Judeo Kabbalistic type way of saying that logically conflicting things could both be true at the same time. So usually I just let contradictions sit, and say that maybe we could never know what truth is, but we could have some sort of systematic way to understand axioms and their conclusions, and try our best to understand truth, even with the difficulties that entails.
Yeah, so would you agree that it's some type of a paraconsistent model?
The multiple truth hypothesis is more a system for going at truth. It's not called like a philosophy um, in and of itself. It's more a paradigm for going at philosophical problems, and I've compared it to say if we could never know the truth, maybe multiple things could be conflicting things could be true at the same time, maybe not, um, or maybe we could just never know, and then we could have some sort of system that could um, possibly rank or give percentages like Schrodinger's equation, it would call like a truth function, where like it's that you just have a percent possibility of various things being true, and that would be infinite. We have an infinite amount of axioms. The majority of those would limit to zero, like a 0.00 percent chance of being true. Some of them would have higher percent chances of being true, but so it's not like a complete philosophy. It's not going to answer anyone's questions. It's more just a system to deal with the problem of empiricism.
Doesn't sound like it's an empiricism problem. It sounds like it's a 3 laws of logic problem.
I mean, I've talked with Jennifer about this more than probably anybody, and so she has somewhat of her own understanding. I purposely call it the multiple truth hypothesis. She likes to understand it better as the multiple axiom hypothesis. But it's like any
I was going to
philosophical.
say the multiple axiom framework, maybe. I don't want to like dismiss it because I'm not even sure I fully understood it or to like jump to a conclusion of what to call it. But from the way I've seen you use it, it kind of seems like an attempt to represent all the different perspectives in a particular situation. Like the limit of multiple subjective perspectives, is it sort of becoming more objective? If there is such a thing.
I mean, if you framed it like a multiple axiom framework, and just saying that there's countless systems that have countless axioms, in terms like religion, interfaith, even scientific um, philosophy, that some of them answer different parts better. Like like some have explanatory power that works for other systems better, and others for other systems better. And a lot of systems have mutual axioms, and then some have conflicting axioms. And so just to try to understand in terms like interfaith, philosophical systems, spiritual systems. For spiritual systems, like a dualistic system, it becomes extremely complicated because we're postulating here that there's a spiritual realm and there's a material realm, and there's some sort of interplay between the two, and so there's wide varieties of axioms of what's the connection between the spiritual and material realm, and those could have wide varieties of conclusions to the axioms, contradictions between the axioms, and some of them will have better explanatory power than others for different phenomena. And me and Jennifer both believe in the phenomenon of karma, and that karma is more a spiritual phenomenon than a material phenomenon. But there's so many different systems of karma. So to break down what are their axioms, what difference do those axioms make, and what use is it if say if I'm going to use one system to describe some phenomenon and a different system to describe a different phenomenon, even though they contradict each other, what could you do with that? And like the philosophy of science, where like Kuhn's structures of scientific revolutions, where you have competing scientific theories, that have explanatory power, some better than others for different phenomenon, and that you can't come up with one complete explanation that explains all phenomenon, and you have series of different theories that conflict with each other, but at the same time are better at explaining at least certain phenomenon better than the other theories, and hence why they still exist. You let alone like ways of life and religions or theologies that are near impossible to prove. You're just like postulating the spiritual realm or postulating rituals or some sort of deity or God and internet interaction with that deity or God.
Zokek Peter, she wants to know your opinion on Sephardi Jews and their role in European history.
Sephardi Jews are European. So I mean, like classically, Sfard means Spain.
Maybe like particularly with regards to the history. Remember your hypothesis about the electrical grid?
Yeah, so Sfard means Spain, and Ashkenaz means German, and those are specific Hebrew words in the Bible related to the grandchildren of Noah. That's why God forbid I constantly explain to counter Semites that the Jews are not Ashkenazi Jews, are Ashkenazi Jews. Germans are Ashkenazi generally. The people who believe in Noah and the descendants spreading all out over the world. That Ashkenaz is believed, the child of a grandchild of Japhet, who have went to Northern Europe and founded the German people, and Sfard to Spain. So these days, Sephardi Jews is the broad classification. Like in Israel, the Shas Party is Sephardi, and it classifies all basically non-Ashkenazic Jews, including Mizrahi, Iraqi, Eastern Jews, are classified into Sephardi, which is really a misnomer. So if you mean specifically like Sephardi Jews are kind of small today. They had a prominence like in founding America, in moving to Amsterdam. The Jews that dealt with Columbus, the first ones in the Americas, and then declined in prominence. There are Sephardi Jews descended from the original Spanish Jews, but most of them became absorbed in Ashkenaz or ended up in the East. And it's somewhat a complicated, like the geographic understanding of Judaism that so that we're classified by the non-Jewish nation that we're affiliated with, and to hold this Sephardi denominator, which is a Spanish denominator, which would be from the Spanish Empire, which at some point was the most powerful empire in the world, and there was a dominant Jew base, but God forbid that went false in 1492, the same year Christopher Columbus set sail to America, was also the same year that King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella expelled the Jews.
Sojournon asks if you're a student of Kabbalah. Pretty sure the answer is yes there. And if so, do you have thoughts on Metatron or Yahweh? Sorry if I butchered that last one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Kabbalah is the field that interests me the most, but it's hard to talk about, and because most Jews don't openly study Kabbalah. That was always my main interest in Judaism, but I studied classical Talmud and law and philosophy. Even Hasidic Jews, even Chabad, which is the closest to Kabbalah, that doesn't really directly study Kabbalah. And so Metatron is a name of an angel, but the other one, if you mention, is probably another name of an angel. So Kabbalah could be looked at as like it's an esoteric philosophical system that explains the inner working of the spiritual and physical realms, specifically through the four worlds and Sphirot, the 10 emanations of Keser, Chachma, Bina, Das, wisdom, understanding, Chesed, Bina. People are familiar with it, and that would also be some sort of template for the angels. So some Kabbalistic texts talk more about the angels. I was always more interested in kind of like the theoretical level, which would be like a physics, where we're not talking about like specific angels or spiritual entities. We're talking about more the theoretical underpinnings of how does the spiritual and material realms interact. There's also what they call practical Kabbalah, which would be, well, the theory that you could actually change the material reality by, summoning angels, by chanting special mantras or prayers, or in Kabbalah mostly through writing out permutations of the names of gods and like amulets and things like that. So I was never had that much of an interest in practical Kabbalah. Like, I'm not a magician. I'm not claiming I could like do miracles or change the underpinnings of the material realm. But I do believe that we have a soul and it survives death. And Kabbalah is probably one of the best understandings. Maybe the Vedic system's also quite developed, that we have of a inner working of the, how God in the spiritual realm is manifested in the material realm.
So we're up to about 15 on YouTube, and we got 8 here on Discord. And I've just been going with a couple random questions from the YouTube audience. But if you want, I can open it up to the people in the Discord audience. Or you can take us in a direction. I know you had some thoughts about just general advice for success. I'm not sure how you worded networking.
Yeah, sure.
How to use social media. So where would you like to go next?
Sojourns asked about UAP, UFOs. I don't have much theories on that. Like, I'm more a rationalist. I'm not trying to explain like paranormal phenomenon. Not that kind of Kabbalist. I'm more kind of the philosophy, theoretics of Kabbalah. So we could bring people on and just mention. Sometimes, God forbid, I get into, because I ended up into defending Judaism against counter-Semites, and God forbid, it's quite a difficult task, or just any topic. The internet, you got a lot of anons, a lot of bad energy. But like generally, I try to be a nice guy. I like helping people. I like education. I'm usually willing to hear people out, and I like networking. And me and Jennifer also like debating, and bringing up people, teaching them how to stream, walking them through technology, and the power of this technology to connect people. Because like, I know there's not many people who are really interested in these ideas, and it could possibly narrowcast to the small amount of people that are actually interested in these ideas. So like, if it's the hard problem of consciousness, people who honestly take the science of spirituality seriously, and to kind of network and bring those people together so we could study, work together, because this type of study, working together in groups, is quite important. Although also debate is important, and God forbid, like President Trump, who was pretty tough on stage, harsh, talking like violence and things like that, and they said like, well, he wouldn't have won if he didn't do that. So I would say also, like, the reason I have 2,000 stubs is mostly credibility I developed arguing against my opponents. Like, I had a YouTube page promoting Judaism, basic stuff, like hundreds of other people out there, and I only had a few hundred subs. And it was when I started debating my opposition that I got bigger renown. So there is somewhat of that reality that one of my main desires to be friendly and build up a network, like the interfaith friendly conversations, understanding each other. But at the same time, I think most credibility is developed by how you deal with yourself in confrontational, unfriendly situations.
So the goal is to learn how to deal with conflict.
We talk about conflict management. I mean, generally, I try to avoid conflict, like, even walk away from conflict, disassociate. Although at the same time, like, on the internet, there's a different level of conflict, or sometimes you have no choice but to stand up for yourself. So I think if you're doing well, conflict will be a minimum. If it's like a ratio rule, 80-20 or something like that. My history on YouTube, because I debated these alt-righters that had such a larger following, that I only had a few hundred subs and wasn't that well known of a personality. And then I debated these people who had tens of thousands of followers, that I've been kind of pigeonholed, narrowcasted into these like perpetual battles with opposition. And it could be the nature on the internet that dealing with trolls or dealing with your opposition that if you're promoting Judaism, a majority, not a majority, but a sizable percentage of the people who follow are going to be, God forbid, counter Semites who are opposed to it, or things like that. I'd never thought too deeply about like immigration and multiculturalism, or just general. I still promote immigration and multiculturalism, but those are very testy issues, and that I'll have constant people that are against me, because they're opponents on those issues, and even like Hinduism, that because I'm a Hindu, that there's opponents constantly, and so conflict management is important, but developing friendly relationships is extremely important also. Probably more important than that. The best way to dealing with conflict is having true friends. Even I remember I was watching Jennifer on Norvin's channel after I first met her, and like he was trying to talk her out of streaming with me, and she defended me, and so like that was part of the reason also I decided to work with her. I saw her like defending me behind my back on this other stream, and so if you could develop a network of people who will defend you, that's important. Even like Adam Green, I defended Adam Green against, I mean, say he's a counter-Semite, but against strong charges of anti-Semitism, and sometimes defending people, pays off. Even like, generally, I'm nice to everyone. Politically provoked, it was Norvin Hobbs, that I was generally kind of nice to, even though he's a counter-Semite. But I dealt with him respectfully and heard out his arguments, and it was actually him that promoted me to a debate on politically provoked. So a lot of times it's been my opponents. I think Jennifer remembers Reviler, God forbid, pointing guns to people and saying horrible things.
Oh yeah, him.
Recruited me for this documentary in Australia with the Gypsy Crusader, and she told me it was this guy Reviler who said, there's this Rabbi Doovid who talks to counter Semites, and that was why she chose me to be in her documentary.
That's great. So should I indicate to the audience on Discord that if they want to come up, that they should either raise their hand or just hop up on stage if they're in position to do so?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could manage.
There's a slew of questions. I don't know if you're following the YouTube chat, but there's like 3 more.
I'm guessing that this probably could be more friendly. Like, God forbid, we've been porn bombed, and on Week in Review, names coming in. There's like almost like a 30% chance it's going to be just something awful. But I think hopefully this Discord server is more friendly, so you could manage it however you feel fine.
Welcome, T-Jump. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, 2 questions. One, would you be willing to come on my channel and chat sometime?
Yeah, sure. I mentioned that to Jennifer. I'm gonna.
I mentioned it in the mod chat, and it was just unacknowledged. But we'll do it.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to just be like exposed as a fraud. So like the first time, like I'm not sure like how to classify your work, but I didn't want to just come on your channel to be like, for you to have this video with thousands of people that are going to think like you exposed me as a fraud. So that was kind of what we get enough like trolls or people hate watching that I was hesitant when Jennifer first asked me, because I thought like you might just kind of try to expose me as a fraud, and it wouldn't pay for me too. But I do watch your work. I like your work, and certainly you're promoting the field most dear to me, the heart problem of consciousness.
Cool. And the second one is what is the arguments that most people in the Holocaust use against the Jews? Like, from my understanding, like Ashkenazi Jews have the highest IQ on average of anybody, and throughout all history, Jews have been quite hardworking and ingenious, having the most Nobel Prizes of any race ever. So I don't understand, what are the arguments that like white supremacists use against the Jews?
Well, I mean, but relating to the Holocaust, I mean, be denial or that God forbid it was self-caused by us. Even like Adam Green might be somewhat in that school where thinks that anti-Semitism is self-perpetuated Jewish thing, and there is somewhat in our text that if anyone's seen me on Adam Green that he keeps on hitting me with, but I think general the biggest complaint against Jews I find from alt-right is complaints of nepotism and honestly, it's probably promoting immigration and multiculturalism. So white nationalists, and I'm a rational actor theory. I think that all people generally have rationality behind their belief. And so if a person's a white nationalist, probably the biggest problem that they see is immigration and multiculturalism. And there's a factual element that immigration is one of the most important issues to Jews and multiculturalism, even though it's unclear exactly how that's tied into our religion, like in a polling and activism. And so if you're going to see your opponents, if you're an anti-immigration activist and you see at City Hall that a large amount of the opponents are Jewish, that there is some amount of rationality of that factor of taking an anti-Semitic attitude towards winning the immigration debate. There's also like degeneracy of society, like pornography or different type. And then also a lot of people will hit with a rational argument, just say, well, maybe Jews are not such bad people, well-meaning, higher intelligent, but it's bad for whites in general to I guess this Norvin, not Norvin, this guy Eki Lux, who I argued with countless times, say like, we don't want to be led by somebody else, we want to be led by us. So like, even no matter how much smarter you are than us, no matter how much better you are than us, we don't want you leading us. And so that seems like a reasonable argument. So like debunking conspiracy theories, people who just believe crazy things, versus trying to convince people that like immigration and multiculturalism is what's best for them. And I'm not sure if that makes sense to you.
Sure. And last question: what was you said you were an international master at chess? What was your rating?
No, not international. International. In high school, I competed nationally. I got up to 2000 in high school. Never played tournament chess again. I've hit master at speed chess on the internet. I play variants now, so I'm actually quite good at Crazy House, Horde, Racing Kings. But my speed rating is about 2200 at speed chess bullet, which is basically all I play. I don't plan on competing. I've coached also. I coach African Americans in Detroit. I had a few Asian students in Metro Detroit that made international master. But if I played over the board in a tournament, I probably wouldn't even be 2000 anymore because I haven't competed. But if we played online, I probably perform like 2200 strength in speed chess.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah. So you can see.
Yeah, in general, I'm a rational actor theory that
Okay.
My theory to consciousness. Me and Jennifer love talking about consciousness and kind of like the brain as a prediction-making machine, and to say that the brain by its design tries to act in a person's self-interest. That rationality, long-term planning versus short-term planning. That there's always rationality behind people do, even if it's bad decisions, even if it's extremely bad decisions, like violence, God forbid. That violence on a short-term strategy, might be the best strategy many times. So to say that like it's not, I don't think people are rational actors, and that's usually how I deal with people, assuming that. But it's very difficult to people are not going to accept that what's better for them. In my understanding, that you can't really convince people that. And we also work on chunking theory, which comes from chess studies, Chase and Simon, 1973, and from psychology, just how the brain puts together information. And most people think it comes in chunks. That information is chunked together, like for speed reading, short-term memory, you can only hold 7 items in short-term memory. So for a person to change their mind, cognitive dissonance, but you have to look at the predetermined chunks. And I think me and Jennifer, regarding free will, like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. That's why I've explained it. That if you took a person's conditions for everything that happened, their predetermined karma, everything that happened in their life up to then, that the decision they make at any given time is actually the most rational decision. But like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle of velocity and position, that you can't know both the velocity and the position of something at the same time without disturbing the other. I mean, Jennifer, you probably want to correct how I said that, but also with karma, that you can't understand everything that led up to the person at the moment they're at and the moment that they're at. So we could, just assume that what the person's doing is the most rational decision at the given point in time that they're at, and then try to talk to people, understanding that that at least to the best of their ability, they're acting in their own self-interest and what we'll call rationality.
You call that rational actor theory. Welcome, Cobain.
Hey, Doovid, how you doing today, sir?
Hey, pretty good. Thanks for inviting me on the server. If you're the maker of the server, Jennifer just informed me about it, so appreciate you having me on.
Hey, no problem. I'm actually I'm part of the server, but I'm not the owner of the server or anything. But I wanted to ask you a question. This is kind of left field, but if you want to answer it, that's fine. It's all depends on what you think of it. I wanted to ask you what you thought about the New Testament, and I also wanted to ask you what you thought about Tovia Singer, if you know who he is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Sylvia Singer. I'm not like against him, but I've heard of him, and he's kind of like an anti-missionary, or specializes in debating against Christianity, or trying to prevent Jews from converting to Christianity, like exposing missionaries in Israel. So like politically, um, I'm not so concerned with preventing missionaries in Israel. Um, like I don't really accept the New Testament as so to say, prophetic. I've read it. I talked with Adam Green actually the other week about the historical Jesus. Me and Jennifer talked about the historic Jesus. The historic Jesus interests me as a topic. I've actually listened to all of Bart Ehrman's works. If T Jump's a big enough name to like debate Bart Ehrman or something like that, that would be interesting. Um, so like I call the Jesus principle. I'll accept the Jesus principle, which is suffering on behalf of others, and thinking why Jesus rose to be such a prominent figure is because of the power of the idea of self-sacrifice and suffering on behalf of others. I actually read that in a J.G. Bennett Gurdjieff. There's this Hasidic Jew, Kabbalist guy that was for a period of time in a Gurdjieff cult, and I got this book by J.G. Bennett, like the Great Masters, and he talked about Jesus in that way as a great master and the principle of self-sacrifice and willing to take the suffering of others upon yourself. But in terms of like John, the book of uh, Revelations, I don't take them as credible. Like I don't think their prophecies are true, and the historical accuracy of what happened with Jesus and the resurrection. Um, I'll put the multiple truth hypothesis. Say I don't know. There's uncertainty, but generally, I would take kind of like either like a false prophet or a conglomeration of legends, and that the reason why Christianity, Jesus has became so popular is because of this, the importance of the concept of self-sacrifice and being willing to suffer for others, and even possibly historically, say that maybe no one had really ever done that. The concept, maybe even of martyrdom, God forbid. But you're just saying that the world's a pretty bad place, and there's a lot of problems, and I'm willing to suffer for the benefit of other people's, and that's what I refer to as the Jesus principle.
I thought I saw a hand go up in the audience, but it went down. If I can find some more questions, I'm sort of running out of questions here. Not sure if I was going to be interviewing you, but just as a
Did someone just time out
preparation.
Victoria in the chat? Or is it something else? Yeah, I'm not on camera. This is on Discord, and Jennifer's just putting it to YouTube, which whatever. You don't need to see Doovid's ugly face every single time. That we're talking more philosophy. I even talked to Lipton Matthews, the African American. I mean, not African, the Jamaican economist from the Mises Institute before he was on camera. And I think to a certain, sometimes people take the words more seriously if you can't see the person. You could read, like the 80% or whatever they've determined of information comes from body language or other things than besides the verbal. But to have to focus purely on what the person says. So.
Mr. White Male wants to know what you think about the show The Queen's Gambit.
I didn't watch it. Like, I mean, it just seemed fantastical entertainment. We talked about it online. Like, they made it, they had Gary Kasparov and they tried to make it accurate, like, of what chess is actually like. But, like, the storyline, there's a... it's ironic because one of my favorite movies as a kid was The Hustler, and my brother really liked The Color of Money, the Tom Cruise movie. So Jesse Cry, who Grandmaster, is a popular streamer, the Chess Dojo. You mentioned that Queen's Gambit is basically the same plot as The Hustler and The Color of Money, except with a girl that becomes chess, where it's just this person who has this unbridled talent. They don't know really why they have this talent. They don't know what to do with the talent besides, this desire to be the best. And then, the struggles in fighting with this like talent that can't be explained. And so I thought that was kind of insightful. If anyone's ever seen the movies, The Hustler and The Color of Money, that it's really the same plot, instead of on pool, put to chess. So like generally, I Jennifer, I'm always saying I'm not a big fan of humor. I don't really laugh. I found the Talmud and the rabbis, like almost everybody before 200 years ago said bad things about laughter. Like universally, almost all philosophers till 200 years ago said that laughter was generally just a sign of bad character. But generally, like life is short. You want to accomplish big things. I've generally renounced all forms of entertainment. So I don't watch movies. I don't really listen to music or any form of entertainment. Chess is about as light-minded as you get me. Like if I can't concentrate on my studies, I play chess. Keep my mind active. But besides playing chess, that's about as close to entertainment as I get. Although people find me funny. Ironically, a lot of people find Doovid quite funny.
I think that was part of the plot of Dogma. But this is actually maybe not even your most controversial view. What would you say that is?
It's funny that, like I mentioned at the beginning when T-Jump came on before we started, that most people don't have a training in classical philosophy. They haven't actually read the classics. Like Ben Watkins, I was asking him, didn't the majority of the ancients, weren't they dualists? And he didn't really know. And I thought, like, well, come on, like if you've read, Plato, Aristotle, even Descartes, Leibniz, anybody before 300 years ago, almost everybody was a dualist, just like humor. Almost everybody major thinker before 200 years ago said that humor was some sort of manifestation of bad character or something negative. Even till today, a lot of the research still says that humor largely is something bad. So something that's controversial today, like evolution, I think probably the most controversial thing is my rejection of evolution. Like being a Hasidic Jew, Orthodox Jew, is somewhat mainstream, especially in multicultural society. Even like being a Hindu or the various things. Even like talking to anti-Semites or something could be like somewhat noble. So I think actually my rejection of evolution is probably the single most controversial view that I have, and probably why I teamed up with Jennifer, who I showed her reincarnation, that almost 40% of Americans believe in reincarnation. That despite maybe opposition. I mean, even Catholics. I'm sorry, like 30-some% of Americans believe in reincarnation, but even Catholics, that it's a forbidden doctrine. 40% of Catholics believe in reincarnation, but like Luke Ford, a lot of other people is like, oh, he doesn't believe in evolution. Like this guy's just lost. He's off his rockers.
Perhaps the allegations of paganism are not entirely unfounded after all. Sojourner wants to know if you believe consciousness is the base of reality.
Multiple truth hypothesis. I don't think we could know the answer. I would take like a Hindu Kabbalistic understanding that we descend from higher forms, like that we descend probably from pure consciousness, from God's consciousness. That if you understand what God's consciousness, as the Kabbalist would say, that humans, we think and then plan, the eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the limb carry out. But first we have a desire, and then the mind has to think, as opposed to God, who at least according to the Kabbalist, has a desire, and then instantly it comes through fruition. That the process that as humans we have to go through doesn't apply to God, and that we're the result of God's consciousness. And generally, some of these harder line views that the sages will use, like death sets us free, or to say that we're limited in the human body, and we won't know the answers to these questions until death, and maybe even death. It's not saying that guaranteed at death we're just going to be revealed all the answers, but the limiting condition of the body to the soul. If you're a believer, that the body is the limiting condition of the soul, and so there's really just a limited amount of what we could understand to the answers to these questions. But yeah, I would lean towards the sages, or what's written in the text, the people, how they understood this information, if they had revelation from God or prophecy, that so to say, that we're the result of God's consciousness. And how do we understand God's consciousness? Like the name of God in Hebrew, I say quite often, is a play on the word to be, that was, is, and will be. So God's consciousness would exist outside of time, and is not dependent on anything in the material realm, and also the fundamental tenet of Judaism, the monotheism, that God is all there is, that everything is basically one. So these are abstract understand. So if people are actually interested in spirituality and dualism, and trying to understand these concepts, not even from like a Kabbalism is generally together with Orthodox Judaism. It's meant to explain why Judaism works by giving a system of the interaction of the spiritual material realms and the cosmology for the creation of the world. But you could extract Kabbalah from Jewish ritual and just take the explanation for the inner workings of the spiritual material realm, similar to Hinduism, that most Vedic spirituality comes to explain the Vedic rituals and the Vedic pantheon, but you could separate their understanding of the the inner working of the mind-body problem, and that's why I said, like, the multiple truth hypothesis, that Kabbalism is generally, in addition to Orthodox Judaism. We'll call it Orthodox Judaism, but I mean following the laws of Moses and doing everything that the rabbis say. You could just abstract what do the rabbis, the Talmud, understand the workings of the mind-body problem of the spiritual material dualism, and that could be compared to any other system. Like Jennifer has a different origin of her understanding of mind-body or spiritual materialism, dualism, and that could be abstracted and compared.
Great. It might be nice if you could come up, Mr. White Male. He's now asking for citations on humor being an evil thing. Sounds like it could be good material for stand-up.
I shared in
Kind
a
of
week
like
in review
almost
this
heckling you.
book on the psychology of humor, and the first chapter, the introduction, did a review of the opinions, and it said that before 1800, basically every single major thinker looked at humor as negative. Aristotle specifically is the most famous, but I would implore you to read the classics and what they said about humor, and you see that the vast majority of people, and I've went over it. Maybe I'll do like a public study session or something and go over. But if you just looked at maybe some sort of internet search of the great names in their writings on humor, that I think you would abundantly see that most of them were opposed to it. I'm not to say opposed to it, but just read into it negative things. Me and Jennifer, I went over and we can review the definition of comedy in the Greeks and the ancient Greeks. Comedy was generally something negative, where comedy and tragedy, that like a tragedy is comedy is a form of tragedy where basically something really bad happens to a person because of hubris. A person has minor character flaws, and that character flaws causes them to have a tragic death. And these were the ancient Greek plays, even Shakespeare's tragedy, Shakespeare's comedy. What does a Shakespeare's comedy mean? And it doesn't mean humor. It means in a certain way teaching people lessons. And the reason why humor is funny is because people don't realize that we have hubris and bad behavior, and that's what causes the bad things to happen to us. So the ancient comedies were designed to show great people who that had hubris or character flaws, and that led to their downfall. And for the audience, that would be funny. And Aristotle writes about the process of now put in terms of cognitive dissonance, where that people see, okay, this great person like President Trump or Biden, or like on a big stage, who does small things that we understand are wrong, and that leads to huge catastrophic consequences. So us who are just plebs in the crowd watching, laughing, you like might not be punished so harshly, but we would laugh because we would recognize this bad character in our leaders, and we would recognize that this bad character in our leaders is what caused them to so catastrophically fail. And so I mean, that's the pure definition of Shakespeare and Greek comedy. So I mean, you could just look that up.
Thanks. If you had any paranormal or otherworldly experiences that inspired you to see the world as you do?
I saw that prayer works, basically. Like, I saw that God reciprocates the prayer. I saw the rise and decline of personalities. Like I served a lot of rabbis. I saw a lot of people, maybe become rich and then lose their money, be poor and raised up, and also international. Like I grew up in Metro Detroit, then I went to Israel, and then I was in New York, and I saw that I was able to keep contact with personalities, and at a certain point, I just understood it through prayer and the power of the soul. Like knowing things without being told, to a large amount, and feeling the presence of other people even without speaking to them. And so, like, I'm basically a rationalist. I'm not claiming like miracles. I'm more claiming your basic things of spirituality and God's consciousness, that prayer works, and that there is such a thing as collective consciousness. Just like me and Jennifer are talking, from all of us are talking from all around the world. And I mean, you don't have to come onto the paranormal to explain that, but I think it's the explanatory power of there being a God that runs the whole world, or the power of the soul, is better than rational. That like our mind, use of technology. That like at a certain point, I had enough experience with prayer to determine prayer works, and I've been going with that to explain phenomenon basically my whole adult life. But multiple truth hypothesis, like if I debated T-jump or something like that, we could talk about Ben Watkins. We're going to debate on Sunday the soul, and so we'll be talking about the explanatory power of what is a better explanation for these phenomenon.
Great.
I see Sojourn here. Does the Jewish community accept Doovid's Hindu leanings? It's mixed. So I say like like probably half the Jews immediately question me, like, what the hell, you can't be a Hasidic Jew and Hindu at the same time. And maybe 1 out of 4 of them will be straight and strict and just like, no, you can't do that. You're wrong. You're bad. You're bad for the Jews. You're a bad representative. Or, like usually like you're just whatever dissonance. A lot of Jews think it's cool. Hinduism is very popular in Israel. I actually learned a lot about Hinduism in Israel. India is one of the most common places people in Israel travel to. So I would say it's mixed, and even in Orthodox circles, where because I'm a half Jew, I'm even part Native American. A lot of Orthodox Jews who would think that believe in lineage with something that might be forbidden for your typical Orthodox Jew might be okay for me based on my lineage. So it's divided among. So you'll find secular atheist Jews that are against my Hinduism, just as Orthodox, and you'll find Orthodox Jews that are somewhat supportive of it. There's also in the Zohar, there's a general understanding of the Bible. Arya Kaplan, some in my Discord asked about Jewish meditation. The verse says that Abraham had other children through concubines, and he sent them east and gave them gifts. So from like a Judaic-centric view, the idea, God forbid no Hindu believes this, but that it was Abraham who, like with Aryan invasion theory, who gave the wisdom to the east, and that's one of Jennifer's main thing is debunking Aryan invasion theory. But Aryan invasion theory put into the Bible would go along with that it was Abraham's descendants that went to the India and created these religions. And there's a statement in the Zohar also that appears to vindicate the Bhagavad Gita in like reincarnation, not based on Abraham and Aryan invasion theory, but that there was a rabbi who met a wise man from the Far East that understood the wisdom of reincarnation, and a book that's likely to be the Bhagavad Gita. And the Zohar seems to vindicate that this book is true. So as I have definitely pockets. I have very Hasidic friends, ultra Orthodox, that love Hinduism. They love hearing about things like reincarnation and the spiritual stuff. And then I have other people that you just like stop talking to me, think like I have to repent, like Claire Call or something like that. That like God forbid I'm going to be put to death for doing idol worship. So like I'm a numbers guy. Usually I divide things up like that, where just like I know a lot of people, and so it breaks down where there's some people who think like this and some people who think like that. Also, that's the way the Talmud works, where if there's an issue in the Talmud, it's not just like a definitive one way or the other. It's like Rabbi so and so says this and Rabbi so and so says that. So definitely with Hinduism, it's like that there's a strong proportion extremely against, but there's also a sizable amount that are very pro and interested.
Not quite as controversial as evolution, but it's up there. So how would the MTH deal with something like collective consciousness? Be a framing thing or
just to understand the possibilities. So if you're trying to explain a phenomenon and like prayer, feeling of connectedness to other people around the world without speaking to them. So you could have a whole bunch of explanations for the phenomenon. So I experience it. It appears to be real. Maybe thinking about someone that I haven't spoken to a while, and then all of a sudden they call me, or similar things that happen to me. And I look around, and people that I haven't seen in a while, that similar things have happened to them and happening at the same time, or sometimes just the right people being in the right place at the right time. That could be professionally, socially, economically, um, romantically, that like things are laid out in a certain way where your tools, being people, new people, or people from the past that disappear and reoccur, coming and going, and understanding how that phenomenon works. So you could have a completely atheistic, materialistic understanding, like, oh, I knew this person as a kid, and then I hadn't seen him for 20 years, and now he popped back up as my friend or as my enemy, or something, God forbid, something like that. And how do you understand these phenomenon? So you could take randomness, like if you're a materialist, and just say it's just random. Like there's a certain amount of people from the past that are going to pop back up, and some that you're never going to deal with again, and it's basically random. And we might feel that there's some sort of connection, but so what has better explanatory power? And if you're a believer and you say that, well, it's not random, it's some sort of message from God, either providential of what God wants us to do with our life, or what our mission is, to maybe our karma, or the answer to our prayers. And then there's many different karmatic systems. And so just the example of the people we knew as a child, to as we grow up, what people fall away, what people come back up. God for like, thank God I just looked on the internet and I saw an article that this person just sold his business for 9 figures. Thank God that's a lot of money, over $100 million. I'm looking like I'm still friends with this guy on Facebook. Like, yeah, I know. I saw the articles. Like, yeah, I know that guy. I even checked. Like, I'm still friends with him on Facebook. And I hadn't really spoke with him for years. We're still friends on Facebook. I'm not sure if that means anything, but it could be good or it could be bad. That the guy who I God forbid picked on and teased a little bit. God forbid. I remember I used to tease this girl when I was young about being overweight. God forbid, and it wasn't nice. It wasn't funny. But now she's one of the prominent caterers in the area. So there's all sorts of things that happen, good or bad. And if you're a believer in karma, that good things get rewarded and bad things get punished, and what happens to ourselves is the result of karma. So multiple truth hypothesis would explain the various possibilities of the phenomena, especially when you have scripture or sages that say, like, if you do this, this happens. Like, not necessarily directly, like, okay, if you give a poor person money, the Bible, Moses says you could test God with charity. If you give charity, God will give you it back and morefold. And Moses extols the Jewish people to test God with this, and that you're allowed and encouraged to test God by giving charity, and God will prove himself to the person that you're going to get that back and more. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a way that we could understand. And so if you're karmatically working with that principle, well, you could say, well, I tested it. And so I have tested. I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm pretty charitable. And I'm pretty sure that God has paid me back and more. And maybe you did your own test. You gave charity and it didn't work. You just lost out and got cheated and failed. So all sorts of principles that are laid out, and that could be worked with, and the axioms that may explain what is good behavior, what is correct behavior, what is bad behavior, what's the reward for correct behavior, what's the punishment for bad behavior, and then to understand the explanatory power in our day-to-day life of these various karmatic explanations for what's happening to us.
Say there's any difference in the meaning of test a principle or verify a principle?
Yeah, you can't scientifically test. You could use the scientific method to test karma, but not in the same way that you can for like material physical science, where you could like replicate experiments and make the exact same conditions. You can't replicate conditions, and they're very difficult to prove, and especially like things like prayers, the things of your heart, and maybe T-Jump would claim that you're lying to yourself, like, I just thought that I thought this, and then I convinced myself that I thought something else in the past that I really didn't. Something like charity. One of the main things I argue with atheists is the essential principle of reward for the righteous and punishment for the wicked. And so if you see that on your own, and I saw that, after I went to Israel and lost my atheism, that I wanted to be a good person. I wanted to, later I came onto the Hinduism, the ahimsa principle, but the non-harm, and that I saw that that it's good to help people and it's bad to hurt people, and that usually when you do bad things, it comes back and negatively affects us, and when we do good things, it comes back and benefits us. And you could take a scientific approach to testing that, but it's not quite like science. You could look like, has it improved people's life? Do people clean up their lives? Do people become nicer, better people? Getting people off of drugs or bad habits, whatever it is. So it's within the scientific realm of the scientific method, but it's not the same thing as like a materialistic theory, because there's always too many unknowns, and the conditions of any given person to the next are never replicable. But I would say, as a spiritualist, like, yes, you could see laws of karma. Like, I'm already in my early 40s, and I've seen the rise and fall of many people, and you could see, like, I'm pretty sure that certain behavior doesn't work. Like, there's not too many old successful drug dealers. There's not too many people that beat people up, and you can't sin and do bad things and get away with it. Maybe as a kid there were people who were bullies and bad people, and they were still popular, and had the girlfriends and whatever. But say, like, no, long term, that I would say that my eyes have seen that generally the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished. Bad behavior doesn't pay, good behavior pays.
George wants to know, his wife bought a puppy after he said not to, and how should he deal with that?
When someone says his wife bought a puppy, or he bought a puppy, say it again?
Said don't buy one. She bought one anyway. Maybe it was girlfriend. I'm not sure. Pulled away from it.
I mean, it's tough to give advice on like conflict management. Sometimes you got to go your own way. Like if you're married or best friends, sometimes small decisions will break apart relationships. Just like I was talking about karma, that you could see who from the past pops up. Like someone was your best friend, and then you drift away and don't have any contact with them for years, or even fall into conflict. So it's tough to know. Like sometimes you could win people over, and but sometimes small things like pet peeves. There's like I hate gum chewing or something like that. Like like, so if someone chews gum, like I don't like hanging out with them. It's just like a pet peeve. A lot of times I don't even tell somebody. I just like like, oh, you want to hang out? It's like, oh man, this person always chewing gum. I'm not gonna hang out with them. Or so you never know. So if you push forward in conflict, any conflict, small or big, it could ruin relationships. So take that into consideration.
Think we'll ever be rid of atheism?
I think it goes together with free will. That saying, like, from a messianic understanding, Messiah will come, and atheism will no longer be possible because God's revelation will be so strong that people wouldn't have the ability to sin. And to some extent, a lot of the sages understand atheism behind all sin, that you could only sin if we reject the Creator. And so, and Jennifer's not such a big free will fan, but I take the basic Judaic understanding where free will is one of the most fundamental principles, and so atheism will always be there for a person when we're making a decision, and to understand that like the reward for the righteous, the punishment for the wicked, that if a person really understood that principle, we would all be righteous and never wicked. So atheism necessitates bad behavior, because if people weren't atheistic, everybody would always behave the most properly. And also, you have to have training that even if you're not atheistic, you have to learn what is correct behavior. So it's okay, I believe in God. I want to be a good person. I understand that all the bad things that happen to me are because I behaved badly. But you still have to learn what is proper behavior. And so there's also ways to understand like the material world in general is atheistic. That like all people are have a constant, like negative urge in Hebrew, the Yetzer Hara, the evil impulse. And some people would understand that is atheism, that, from the moment we're born till we die, there's going to be a voice in our head telling us there is no God. You could get away with doing horrible things and not be punished. And there's nothing that we could do to shut that voice off.
What would you say is the biggest sin of modernity?
I'd say it's probably atheism, and that's why I say, like, I heard this from Hindus, that evolution is the plague upon the West, and that evolution is the justification for atheism. I said in ancient times, atheism was more understood not in terms that there wasn't a spiritual and physical realm, but that the deity didn't work, like the Epicurean trilemma, that that offering sacrifices or paying homage to the deity in the temple didn't work, like atheism, that the deity is false, not that there wasn't a soul in the spiritual realm. And most people understand that because scientific knowledge wasn't powerful enough to explain basic phenomenon. So basically all people believed in some sort of spiritual phenomenon, if it was animism or ancestor worship or deities. And so atheism wasn't a person who didn't believe in God or didn't believe in the spiritual realm, or didn't even believe in prayer. They just didn't believe in their local deity at the temple that most people paid homage to. And so evolution is the main justification in science for people to say, well, there's probably no God, there's probably no soul, there's probably no spiritual world, because we could explain all the observed phenomenon without it, which would, I guess, be T-Jump's type attitude of materialism, that not only does the material explanations explain things better than spiritual explanations, but the spiritual explanations are completely unnecessary.
George wants to know, what do you mean Jen's not a free will fan, Doovid?
Maybe Jennifer will be doing her AMA soon. Me and Jennifer
I already did an AMA.
Okay, well, you didn't post it. Maybe you did, but me and Jennifer have argued
It's
extensively,
posted. It's just
tens
not
of
on
hours
my
now, about free will. In fact, when we have people on Week in Review, one of the questions, like politically provoked, and they have their questions, we're not really that political people. One of the questions we usually ask people is about free will. So anybody who's been on my channel or interviewed by me and Jennifer, that is almost always one of the questions that we ask them, is their thoughts on free will. In fact, I think in Jennifer, in the intro to Week in Review, has one of my rambles about the materialistic explanation for the hard problem of consciousness, that according to the materialists, that free will not only doesn't exist, it's scientifically impossible. And that would be the direction in the neural correlates of consciousness, that we just think we have free will. The brain center that controls our decisions and the brain center that control our explanations for why we explain why we did things are not actually connected. And then there's the famous Libet, Libet experiment that I think he was at one of the first conferences with Hamarov, who may not still be alive today, in the 80s, where he demonstrated that if you ask people, there was some sort of neurological test where they like hit a button, and then they asked the person before they were going to hit the button, and there was a neurological sign that showed that they were like EEG symbol or whatever mechanism they've used, has been tested many times now, that showed the person was about to do what they were going to do before they actually in their own head thought that they were going to do it. So there's been quite a few experiments on materialism. And so that's one of the reasons I believe in dualism, that consciousness doesn't arise from the brain, and if you are pushing a materialistic understanding, you're going to be forced to conclude that free will or even consciousness itself is largely an illusion.
Illusion. All right. Just looking here in the chat to see if there's any more questions. I don't see any. I don't see any hands up in the audience either. Don't be shy, everyone. Fun to take a question in here and there. What's up,
Alan
Strong
Aldridge
Atheist?
in the chat is claiming Libet falsified by MOAs in 2018. I have to look into that. It said I've been studying science intently and watching Hammerow's conference and all the various people and these studies. So if Alan Aldridge wants to come on Week in Review and talk about that, that's field interesting to me. But so that's why I'm a dualist and think that consciousness and the controller is non-physical. So I'm a dualist that not only consciousness, like who I am, doesn't arise from the brain, but that like the controller, when my body decides to do something, that decision for my body to do it arises from my immaterial soul. So that would be my understanding of dualism, that not only consciousness and thought and the controller are all immaterial.
There, Strong?
Yep.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I
You have
didn't
a
speak yet.
question?
Yeah, just trying to
Go
be
ahead.
polite. Wait, yes. It seemed like possibly, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Were you implying that atheism is evil?
Well, I'm saying that atheism is required for sin. Like I've mentioned, like I used to stream with Luke Ford, and he used to always mention the data, and I've seen the data is that factually in the modern world, atheists are more moral. That like the Pew surveys had many questions on this, and in terms of honesty, and some explanations for that are likely due to economic and educational status, that more educated people tend to be more moral. And atheism pretty small in the U.S. Only like a few percent of people are atheists, and most atheists are from the extremely educated. But from the historical Talmudic view, that atheism is a prerequisite for sin. That if you want to classify the school of atheism or some sort of utilitarian secular school of moralism, I would be willing to separate the argument. So I'm just saying, because you're an atheist, you're like a horrible person that's going to cheat, rob, and do bad things. But I'm also not going to reject the Talmudic or historical sage wisdom that says that atheism is to some extent the root behind all bad behavior and sin. And that's also implying that even deeply religious people, that when we do bad things, that it's saying it's this folly of atheism that overtook us, and I think it's basically karma, that say if you're a believer, you know that there's punishment for bad deed, and therefore you can't do bad deeds, because the fear of the punishment or the knowledge that these things are bad is too strong. So you have to reject God and the reward and punishment. So if you're an atheist, you don't have this feeling that there's some extra spiritual power that is going to punish or reward you based off of your action. But I wouldn't imply that in terms of judging someone, that I would judge a person on their track record. And even if a person's religious and prays and they do bad things, and a person's atheist and completely rejects anything but the material realm, has a strong track record of like not stealing, being honest, keeping their word, and various things, that I would go more off of track record than philosophical school.
So statistically, you're saying though that the more educated are generally more moral, and atheists are generally more educated than the theists. Statistically speaking, you have way less atheists, even by percentage of how many there are in jails, than you have theists. You also hear of theists having all kinds of troubles with morals and legalities.
Also, like 20% atheists are like made up of like 20% Jews. I mean, there's a lot of statistical phenomenon that are hard to explain. 'Cause atheism is a very small group, and it's largely self-selected for intelligent, educated people, and especially like philosophy, evolution, science, to be say that atheism in the ancient world was basically unheard of because people need to explain the observed phenomenon. So to have a philosophical, scientific background to explain the observed phenomenon without believing in God and spiritual forces requires quite a bit of education. So like I do accept that on a factual basis that most atheists that you meet in society are more moral, and that atheism is, like I said, from a Judaic understanding, there's an urge to atheism that sits with people at all times that basically tells a person that we could sin and get away with it. So if you classify yourself as an atheist, and I still want to have my Judaic understanding, like you have like like a good inclination and a bad inclination, two voices in your head, and what does it mean that you're an atheist? So say that, do you think that you could sin and get away with it?
I don't even look at anything as sin. I look at things as legal and moral things. I have no desire whatsoever to hurt anyone. I can't.
Yet you said you had a duty to oppose me, so that sounds like a moral obligation to me.
A duty to oppose you. Is that what you're saying?
I
I don't
mean,
know.
where do you derive? I mean, I like the Buddhist example: if a tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, which I think is metaphorical for, God forbid, like if someone kills somebody and there's no witnesses, can they get away with it? And say, well, if there's no God, there's no karma, there's no witnesses, you got away with it, and nothing ever going to happen. And so if you're saying like the ahimsa principle, the non-harm principle, where do you derive that from? So like Jean-Francois Greppi, the nihilism, where you say that the ahimsa principle is false, that in essence there is no non-harm principle, that you could do bad things and get away with it, and that there is no extra spiritual force that causes good people to be rewarded. So someone could just cheat people and hurt people and get away with it, and someone could be good and help people and be punished for it and have bad in return. I mean, is that your understanding of how the material realm operates? So you take upon yourself the non-harm principle, even though you don't believe that there's anything in the material realm that enforces it.
Well, first of all, you're acting as if there's no law. We have laws. We have people that enforce the laws. We have morals and people who will judge people on morals. All these things exist with or without a God. To make
Arbitrary agreement among man. Laws, like God forbid, like if I commit a crime and I'm in on it with the cop and the judge, that I could get away with it, and I could usurp power. Not me, God forbid, I would never do anything like that. But saying that evil conspiracies could work, that you could usurp power and be on it with the law and law enforcement mechanism, and there's nothing within the material realm that would stop a conspiracy from working. Like it's a kill or kill be rolled, and the people on top may be there because they're bad and we're willing to cheat the rules.
Sure, I would clearly see where you would want there to be ultimate justice. I just can't clearly see whatsoever where that has any basis in reality.
Well, I'm saying, if you're saying the observed phenomenon, that's one of my arguments for dualism, is that it specifically necessitates a spiritual realm, that's saying that some sort of moral recording of whether this was a good or bad action and how that's going to affect the person in the future, biological derivation has to occur in some sort of non-material realm. There's no mechanism in the material realm to record whether this event was good or bad and then cause it to have a future. And it's okay, like if there's a recording and that other people could eventually have the truth revealed, but so theoretically that maybe there is no recording, there is no evidence, and people are selfish, acting together in combined selfish motives. That I mean, think that's the spirit behind the Buddhist saying, if a tree falls in the forest and no one heard it, that God forbid, if you steal and there's no witnesses, it's like, as a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, can people conspire and hurt people and rise to power? And if there's no evidence against them or no opposing force strong enough to rise up to stop it, can they get away with it?
And just
Yeah.
hop
So,
in here with the question from Tinkle. Is not being a merchant not stealing? Buy low and sell high? Not sure if that.
I mean, agreed
I'm
upon. I
impressed
mean,
now.
if you sell something at a fair price, even if a gouged increased price, but it was a willing full transit. I mean, there might be levels of usury or egregious price gouging. I'm talking at a pure, just at an atheistic level, like God forbid, a madman decides to kill somebody in the cold dark street, and there's no witnesses, there's no evidence, and he goes the rest of his life feeling good about his bad action, and no one solves the crime, and to say, well, he's just going to die and go to sleep forever, and the crime's going to sit with him, or even like I said, that if a group of people conspire to fix the rules to like a corrupt police officer, that there is laws and there's police, but you could beat the system. And so karma is, you're saying, God's law, there is no way to beat karma. God's law is perfect, as opposed to systems of man are infallible and imperfect. And I don't see how you could come to a material explanation of karma. You could have some sort of utilitarianism. You say you behave as a moral person out of choice, maybe out of fear, like you fear your fellow man, or you fear the rules. So you might see, like God forbid, when I was young, I had friends that told me about like really stupid, horrible things that they did, and like I was like, oh man, this is a really bad idea. And like I said, generally I've seen, like, say the arc of the universe bends towards justice, and to say, well, if they're in an atheistic world, I would say that that's a illogical principle to assume that the arc of the universe bends towards justice. I mean, would you?
I'd like to respond to that. Being a merchant, I actually sell a product cheaper than my competitors and I give them a better product on top of that. So I actually help people by being a merchant. But also, also, also,
Doooovid AMA.
when
AMA.
I don't care. I just had one like 20
Yeah, I mean,
seconds
that's
I
fine.
wanted
I
to
mean,
have.
we've argued about this in the past, and I said, when you could have given it away, or to some extent, economics is always zero sum. That that you would have benefited the other person more had you sold it to them for a less price. They, okay, I sold it at market value at a fair price. Is there such a thing as a righteous merchant? So to say, and some people would say, like, all merchants are unrighteous. We could save that argument for a different time. But yeah, Matt, we're
Sure.
probably in agreement on the concept of being a righteous merchant.
Right. And my last question though really wasn't answered. I was just saying that I could see you're wanting there to be an ultimate justice, but I can't see any evidence for that. And you just went on with more and more of that you think that that's what you want, kind of a thing, but no evidence for it. So, but I'll just leave it at that. But I wanted to ask, do you believe in the literal interpretation of the Bible?
Well, I have the multiple truth hypothesis, so there's a lot of uncertainty. So, I would say, I case by case, like, I look at things and my heart tells me different things. So, like, I try to look at it literally, and then if I can't understand it literally, I could understand it metaphorically, or as legends, or as some sort of inspiration or messages. And I'll even have flashes of atheism. So, can't understand, my heart isn't fixed in that sense, that I'm not consistent in my belief. If it means action, like, I've trained myself to act according to a certain code, regardless of whether my belief wavers or not. Internally in my heart, sometimes my heart believes it's literal. Sometimes my heart will even fluctuate towards atheism.
Do you believe
Can I ask a question that's follow up to that?
Yeah.
So, how can a divine scripture by an all-knowing God be anything but literal?
Well, I mean, there's the nature of prophecy and how we understand prophecy, because the scripture is not by God. The scripture is prophecy from God to man. The Talmud.
So if it's a messenger
I would
of
just say
God,
the Talmud.
it should be specific, right?
I mean, the Talmud uses the expression that scripture speaks in the language of man. So it's not like mathematical formulas or hard laws on a God's level. The scripture is given to man in the language of man and should be understood as God speaking to us in the language of man, and not, necessarily, we don't know the mind of God. We know how God communicated to us in our own language.
Shouldn't God, since God is all-knowing, correct?
I mean, if you take that principle, you're saying for whatever reason that God is all-knowing, but the scripture and the prophecy given to us was given to us in the language of man.
So, but God is still all-knowing, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we'll assume the Epicurean
So if
trilemma
God
that
is
God is
all-knowing,
all-knowing, all-powerful, and all
so
good.
if God,
Let him finish.
so my bad, I'm
Really
sorry.
need to stop cutting him off. Thank you.
Yeah, I accept that God is, the Epicurean trilemma. God is all-knowing, all good, and all-powerful.
It's very contradictory, but we'll take it
This
one step at a
Epicurean
time.
trilemma, like the greatest minds have been wrestling with that for thousands of years.
We'll go one step at a time. We'll go with all-knowing first. So if God is all-knowing, he should be able to write it down literally, not through interpretation of man, since he's all-powerful. Why couldn't God do it himself? Why is there no gospel of Jesus Christ or gospel of God?
Well, I'm saying that, I mean, that's not a contradiction to God being all, whatever reason God chose to create the world and run the world in the way that's beyond our knowledge to understand, and that God chose us to give us scripture in our own language. And like, I'm not general. I'm a Hasidic Jew. I'm not a believer in Jesus or the New Testament. But if you talk like Moses, Isaiah, the Hebrew prophets, and then even like the Talmud, I wouldn't say the Talmud's not prophecy, but you'll say that it has divine inspiration behind it. But that's not a contradiction to God being all-knowing. That you're just saying because you think that God should have had other options and didn't choose those other options. You're saying you're not the one that's all-knowing. God's the one that's all-knowing, and God chose to do things in these way. And just because we can't understand according to our knowledge why that was the method that God chose, saying, well, if you're not all-knowing, how are you going to say that is a contradiction?
But it is a contradiction.
Very good point. So let's concede Doovid has employed valid
Even if it is a
argumentation here.
contradiction, to
What
say, well,
he has said. Otherwise, it's pretty bad faith to just double down on another fallacy with this Socratic trail here. So, an actually relevant question to Doovid's subject matter expertise, which is an unusual thing around, which would be nice to take advantage of.
I mean, this is the type of thing I specialize in. I guess like the scripture and the theology of the scripture. But I'm saying if you're just asserting things, based on like logic, and that you think that God contradicted logic, therefore God can't exist. Like I would contend that you're wrong on all accounts. Like one thing, you didn't demonstrate that God contradicted logic, or that even if God did contradict logic, God forbid, that would somehow negate God's existence, especially through scripture. That you're just saying that from your understanding, if you were all-knowing, you would have chose an alternative method, and because God chose this method, at least, like say if you're a believer in the Judaic tradition of choosing prophets and giving scripture through prophets, that that to you is a logical contradiction. Therefore, Judaism or the God of the Hebrew prophets is incorrect, because like God would not have chosen prophets. God would not have given scripture to man in the way that the present scripture is understood.
So what I'm trying to say is God should have made it literal, not open to interpretation, not open to metaphors. Since he is all knowing, he would know that those would create confusion. And through his
Where do you
messengers,
drive those
through his
should have?
prophets,
Where do you drive
since
those should haves from?
let me finish,
You just
please.
made a lot of postulates, but it's saying like, why would you think that God would want to make it
Because
literal?
once
Why
you
would you
open
think that God
something
would
to
want to avoid confusion? Why would you?
He can
Did you
come
remove
back.
him?
He can come back. he kept talking. And I know you're not finished because you like to go on a long. I might ask you to try to wrap it up a little faster to get the conversation because I
Okay.
mean I've seen these
I mean, if he
before. They
wants to
want to
preach,
go a
like,
little faster than this. I think.
yeah,
and
maybe
forth.
it's separate. We could do like a debate with atheism or something like this, because I mean he doesn't really want to ask me questions. He wants to debate me. So if you want, we could schedule more debate with atheists. Guys, if you want to ask me anything that he more wants to debate these topics, which I don't mind.
Well, that's the
But
thing. These AMAs become that often. I don't know if you watched my AMA on the Teach server there.
if no
I
one
didn't
else
really
has any
fully go to
questions,
that.
no one else has any questions, we could even just go straight to debating, or if you want to wrap it up and schedule, debating atheist
I don't
or a
mind going
different time.
straight to debate if you're comfortable with it. But for me, if someone was taking me down that garden path, I might get irritated. But if you're good to go, I'm good to host.
I mean, I don't like, I asked these same questions when I first went to Israel. Like I was secular Jew. I believed in kind of Judaism as ethnic, or these were the traditions of my ancestors and that they were important. I didn't think that they were actually true. And then I got to Israel, and these future rabbis who told me that no, they're true. And actually, Rabbi Doovid Gottlieb, he's still around. There's a lot of videos of him online, and it was specifically him, and that I argued with for tens of hours about these very same topics. And so I don't think he's necessarily saying anything in bad faith. But I mean, if he's assuming that he's thought these things through, and that like in his own mind he's determined that God has that the God's eye, that like from as man, that you could understand, well, if I was God, I would do it differently, and because God didn't do it the way I thought I would do it if I were God, therefore God can't exist. And I think that's a pretty big fallacy. So you have to have a certain level of humility to say that you're not God, you're not going to understand. It was actually Jen who cut you off. It wasn't me. I'm not a mod on this channel. I see him in the chat saying. But yeah, I mean, is that Doovid asked me anything? So if you want to preach your atheism, like make your own, ask me anything, or schedule it for a formal debate. But these are important topics and things to fully think through.
He left. Could I ask a follow-up question, please?
Sure.
Do you believe in the literal interpretation of the Adam and Eve story?
I mean, you say literal, you're saying like, I believe that Moses was God's prophet and that Moses got those stories straight from God. What that means, like literally, whether that means the stories are literally true, or whether they have moralistic lessons, or even to say, okay, even if you told me that they weren't literally true and they're compiled legends, I would probably still be a Jew and follow. So okay, these are the legends of my ancestors, even if they're not true. But like no, generally I think that Moses was a prophet of God. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the stories are literally true. That for whatever reason, God told us, told Moses how the world was created, doesn't necessarily mean it's literally true, or that it's a contradiction, and like Moses or Judaism's a false religion, because I don't literally think that the prophecies of Moses is true. I'm not sure if you see what I'm saying. Like when you mean literal, that like God gave us the scripture for a reason, and it may not have been to give us an exact understanding of how the universe was made.
Well, I'm really saying in
Just
the
to jump
context.
in here real quick, is God both good and bad?
Well, I mean, God, from the Judaic understanding I did on my channel, the duties of the heart, everything emanates from God, including badness. They're saying God, I mean, if Axiom was going to go through the Epicurean trilemma that God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good, and like we didn't even get past all knowing. But yeah, I would contend that God is all knowing, all powerful, and good. And the Epicurean trilemma is, well, how does evil happen? How do bad things happen to good people? Um, that you know, I would have some metaphysical Kabbalistic understanding that God is evil is a creation of God, that God's essence is purely good, and that evil in and of itself doesn't exist, but is, so to say, a servant of the good. The example in the Zohar is, God forbid, the king who hires a harlot to test his son's loyalty, that to understand evil in that way, and then also the Kabbalistic concept of the bread of the affliction, that the ultimate good that God wanted to bestow upon us is has to be earned, and to be given the reward without earning it is not the same as having earned it. So God, in order to allow us to earn our reward, temporarily created this thing called bad and evil in order that ultimately we will be able to justly earn our reward because we overcame this creation of God called evil, even though God's essential nature is pure good.
Yeah, God is the ground of justice argument. Earl Frost wants to know, why did God not employ the most efficient mode of communication?
Well, I was saying that, I mean, if you're a believer, that God did employ the most efficient mode of communication, and from our own understanding, if I was God, I would have, but I'm not God, and so I'm going to assume that this was the most efficient mode of communications. And even though, from my perspective, I might think that there's other ways that God could have done it that made more sense, but the problem of empiricism, and like if there is no God and I have no soul, I'm just a speck of nothing. I'm just a talking monkey. Who is it going to be me that would determine how the creator of everything should have created everything?
Do you believe in evolution?
I generally reject
Dun,
evolution.
dun, dun.
I mean, you weren't listening earlier, I guess, like I said. I study evolution constantly. I think evolution is the way that some of the greatest minds of this generation communicate their ideas of human society. But no, I think evolution not only has negative moral consequences, but actually um, is factually false. It's bad science. That it's based on faulty understandings of science and empiricism and other things.
How is it
So
false?
I actively oppose evolution. I debate against evolution. If people wanted to organize debates, that would be one of the things I would be willing to accept, public debates against evolution.
Just
Well,
one
I was
final
saying,
audience question. Then I see we have two more people who just joined, so I'd like to get a chance to get to them. Thanks for your question, Strong
yeah, we could
Atheist.
save.
Do you like Dennis Prager?
Not really. I'm not a big Dennis Prager fan. I mean, if there's, we could like, I would like to organize debates and things like evolution, the Epicurean trilemma, the literal interpretation of the scripture. These are all things that would make for good debate topics, and hope to do it in the future. But yeah, it might be better to just me give a few basic thoughts and then talk about in the future. Like, you could see debates of me talking about evolution that for me to rehash that now. I think Dennis Prager is kind of like introductory class, like B-rate preaching. I think that there's some benefit. He expresses some good ideas and things, but I think a lot of it is intellectually weak, and like Dr. Henry Abramson at they say no tough questions, please. So like Doovid's here to try to get into the tough questions, and I think Prager is kind of like I don't think you're going to advance much with Dennis Prager, but you could learn some basic morality and ethics and understands of politics from him.
I see we've been joined by Millennial Matt. You have a question, dear?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes. Just to go back to the conversation that I caught the end of with Alex and is it Doovid, right?
Yeah, Doovid here.
Okay, was begging Alex to have a little humility when he was asking, I think God should do this or God should feel this way, blah blah blah. And I would have to agree with you, Doovid, that it is a little arrogant. I'm not saying that that's what Alex was imposing, that they directly know as a person what God should or shouldn't want. But I just want to propose a flip of that script, and I ask not you, but the theists who began whatever X religion, could say Judaism, could say Christianity, just any of them, and ask them to have a little humility when they propose to know the mind and will of God. Because they all, some of them, more modern theologians, are a bit wishy-washy. Oh, I don't claim to know what God thinks or feels, except when they then go around and say, oh yeah, God hates this, God loves that, God would do this or would do that. And I would ask them how they know that and what do they base it on. But the original people who, again, apropos of nothing, said that they know what God thinks and feels without evidence. They just wrote down stories, said that this is what God thinks and feels, and told all of us this is what it is. And I would just ask them, not so much you, because you didn't start these religions, but you are following them, following the proposed mindset of God based on what humans have told you is probably not advisable, because not only will you get contradictory answers, you fall into this camp, but you could have just as easily fallen into another camp if that is where you grew up or found your arguments convincing. But whatever religion it may be, mono or tritheism or whatever, they all say to know what God thinks and feels. But until God actually speaks up for him or her or themselves, I don't think we as people should really take what mortals claim to know about God as anything but speculation.
Well, it could be, but you're sort of say strawman and anachronizing the scripture. In fact, I was just showing to this man the other day, because he was telling me, he's this Aquarium TV might be on Week in Review this Sunday, and so I was saying that he's not a very good speaker. Moses, Exodus 4:10 says, and Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, no, since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and slow to tongue. That Moses was not the creator of the religion who forced upon humanity his understanding, at least according to the scripture, the Jewish understanding. Moses was chosen by God largely against his own will, and that Moses tried to get out of it. And the Judaic understanding was not just that, as opposed to Christianity, that there was a national miracle. As I mentioned, Doooovid Gottlieb from Orsimac in Jerusalem was the first one who, red-pilled me on these arguments when I was a young man, and he's still, doing the same thing. But it was a national miracle, according to the understanding that God led the whole Jewish people out of Egypt and gave the Ten Commandments to the whole nation, split the Red Sea, and the various story, and that Moses received the law in seclusion, but what was the prophet of the people and gave the law. That you can argue the historical account, but from the scriptural understanding, that whatever reason that God chose Moses was because Moses was the humblest of all people, and the scripture itself says Moses was chosen because he saved a calf, like that Moses was just in the desert and decided to take mercy on a calf, and then he saw the burning bush, and And then Moses many times, so as he argues with God, saying, "Who am I? I can't do this. I'm just a nobody." So on and so on. But so the understanding of the at least the prophecies of Moses is not that he was this miracle person who spoke on behalf of God, but it was a national miracle that was blatant for the whole world to see. David Gottlieb goes into detail about the logic of it in comparison to other religions that forging, like as opposed to say Jesus, uh, only a few people witnessed, so to say, the miracles. That the book of Moses doesn't claim that Moses did. I mean, he did a few miracles, but it says that God did blatant miracles for the whole nations, millions of people, and then to say that it would have been made up and perpetrated as a lie, convinced later to the Jewish people as a nation that this story of leaving Egypt and the miracles, even though it didn't happen, but that's not how we understand our scripture. So if you want to put it in that terms of the little humility that it's like, I'm happy that God communicated this wisdom to us, and I'm happy that God chose Moses, and I believe the basis of the scripture that God chose Moses because Moses is humility, and that one of the rabbis in Israel always said that how do you know the scripture is true? It's because it says so many bad things about us. Like if it was written by man, it wouldn't say so many bad things about us. So it tells how we sinned and how we were disloyal and how we did all these things. And Moses himself says that he wasn't a good speaker, and all these bad things about himself. And obviously you could give your arguments for that anyways, but it's saying from the humility factor that it's saying now we have the scripture before us, we have the traditions from our ancestors, or the however you're going to understand it, and I'm humble to say I would like to know God, and I would like to know how things work, and I'm not a prophet, I'm not going to figure it out. I feel God, enlightens me, my soul comes from God, my prayer works, but no, I'm not claiming to be a prophet, and I don't think I have any way to answer these questions. And then to look in the mind of Moses, I mean, it's the same argument that people would give of any scripture. Is it more likely that it was a conspiracy perpetrated by man, or is it more likely that it's historically accurate as God interacting with man? And it's okay, like if I reject Christianity, and it's okay, I think that maybe Jesus in the New Testament is a conspiracy of man, but I think that Moses and the Hebrew prophecies is not a conspiracy of man. That's obviously a big claim, and there could be a lot of logical argument. You think Moses is a fraud, or you think that Moses didn't even exist, or the story of the Jews and the Exodus and the Red Sea and all these things are made up legends. But no, I don't accept the humility answer that because that's not the way the scripture understands it or expresses it, that Moses was claiming to be this great powerful person that you should listen to because he figured all these things out, saying that he was humble and he ran away from the job and was forced into it for the sake of humanity because God wanted to give this wisdom over to us.
Did God tell you these stories?
I mean, I'm a Jew. I had these stories from. My father's not Jewish, but I heard these stories from my mother and my grandparents, and as a kid, and my mother wasn't a believing Jew. She just mentioned our tradition in a way that was maybe legends, not even to to draw out some. Like my father used to try to get me to give him more respect and be like the Ten Commandments, honor your father. But I had heard about them, and at this point, um, until I went to Israel, I had largely not taken them seriously. I just assumed it was conspiracy or people are dumb and believe in stupid things. I'd read quite a bit of literature as a kid, like Jane. I forget the name of the book, like the bicameral mind and various things. But the more I looked into it, I thought that they're likely true, and the more I thought about it, that that's why I didn't mind you or the other man, because I basically thought like you when I was a teenager also, and I had to humble myself to realize like I'm not God. I'm pretty smart. Like I good IQ. I got into good schools. I was a champion chess player, debater, but like I'm not smart enough to figure this stuff out. And and then I looked into the scripture and the religion, and thought that these were better explanations for the phenomenon that we see. And then from the God's eye perspective, that think, well, if I were God, I would do it like this. And thought, well, maybe then to take at face value that, well, maybe God would choose the method of picking people to be prophets, giving over the wisdom, or doing public miracles, or even choosing a people. And so you would have to think through these things from a logical perspective. That what do you think in your own mind, like if you were God, how you would have done it, versus a given religion. Saying if it's ironically, I mentioned Rabbi David Gottlieb, who had said the only other religion that he thought historically, logically, that was credible was Krishna, because most religions are, like you said, whereas like a person, Muhammad or Jesus, that claimed to speak to God or did a few miracles, and then followers convinced a bunch of people, as opposed to Moses, is not based on Moses, it's based on a miracle done to millions of people. And also Krishna is similar, like the Battle of Kurukshetra, where millions of people are. There's historical sites but however you look at it, and so I use the example of Krishna, which is completely different understanding, like of an avatar, that if you were God and wanted to give a message to humanity, what method would you choose? Would you raise up a prophet? Would you choose a nation to be your messengers to the rest of humanity? Would you give scripture, or would you be like an avatar and come down in human form to teach mankind in a various way? So so, I mean, you could think about these things, and but so if you really want to know and understand the spiritual realm, I think you have to see that like we're not God. We're not going to understand the God's eye perspective. And if you want God to reveal God to you, that the likelihood that God's going to raise you up as a prophet is pretty small, and or that the more likely that you're going to have to fall behind the great men, the sages of this generation, the sages of previous generations, and generally the sages of this generation aren't claiming that they're prophets, aren't claiming that they're uniquely chosen by God. They're claiming that they're in a tradition, in a line from ancient sages that at some point did have this stuff revealed to them from God.
Well, my first question about whether God told you this personally was really supposed to follow up with another line of questions, rhetorical or otherwise, in that, okay, your mom / maybe your dad a little told you about this, and I would have asked follow up, okay, did God tell them? And then who told them? Probably their grandparents. Did God tell their grandparents? And back and back and back. And my question remains, where is the actual demonstration that these people, however far you go back, you could take it to Moses if you want, but no one is disputing whether he's humble. I'm not disputing whether he's humble or not, according to the story, but whether or not him saying or him recounting a story, or whoever's recounting the story, claiming these things, has any more legitimacy than the Christian, than the Mormon, or me right now. Hey, God just told me that I'm the next son of God. How do you prove me wrong? And I don't really think that. Well, the thing is, you can't prove me wrong, and I think therein lies the problem, that a claim that can't be falsified is at best useless, and at worst should be handled with suspicion when it's coming from another person, because that person isn't God, like you obviously believe. So I would advise like caution when anyone, even if they're just parroting the words of past prophets, were those prophets in the beginning actually speaking with God? And every religion says that their prophets spoke to God or gods or whatever. And I'd wager to see.
Let's jump in here real quick for the Doovid AMA. Are we living in Plato's cave?
I mean, I saw that Tinkle Tank in there with the, yeah, I mean, like Plato's cave, the problem of empiricism, how much we could know, and to use multiple truth hypothesis to say that anything is possible. It's okay that that you, Millennial Matt, are the all-powerful creator of the whole universe and incarnated into you. Saying, well, it's remotely possible that any given person, but it's pretty improbable. And then that okay, if you're the all-powerful God incarnated into human form, then can you do this stuff? And you say, well, like, well, no, I can't, but I'm still, you could give some sort of explanation. And then so okay, so these stories are either legends, so to say that they're not true and somehow came to be believed true. And then you could look at the various stories. So I think that Moses makes extraordinary claims. Like if you look Mormonism, Joseph Smith, that you could say the accomplishment. Okay, there was one man who claimed to have these tablets and translate them, and it's claimed that there's a handful of other people that saw these tablets and verified and signed that they saw these tablets, and that's it. And then there's the stories of his miraculous accomplishments in building up the Mormon church. But in terms of the the actual books of Mormon, you have him with his claim of receiving these tablets, and then you have a handful of people that signed that say yes, they witnessed these tablets. And even going back to Jesus, it's okay. What was Jesus? Crucified or resurrected? How many people were witness to the resurrection? Some people says the scripture says as many as 5,000 people witnessed the resurrection, but it's still like a limited number. And then even if there was a historical Jesus and he did give these teachings and did do these miracles, it's relatively limited. As opposed to Moses, that Moses is claiming a history. One thing Moses is claiming the explanation for the history of the whole world, the creation of the world and the beginning of humanity, like Adam and Eve, and then also claiming that there was this whole nation of the Jewish people at that point that numbered in millions of people that were enslaved in Egypt and were miraculously freed from Egypt, and then went to Israel, and during this period of leaving slavery in Egypt to entering Israel were given the law, the scripture that we still have today. So you could look at any of these claims and look at them, just, okay, people believe them. My mother told me these legends as a kid, whether they're true or not. And my mother herself, even though she told me she didn't think that they were true, she still thought these legends were worth telling. And even as a kid with my father, discussing possibilities of how maybe man believed this stuff to be true. Was there like an earthquake that could have caused the Red Sea to split, or these various things? But you could examine these truth claims from a various perspective, and then there's also the lifestyle that you could try praying, communicating to God. You could do that in your own way. Like you say, okay, there is a God. You could pray to God. You could internally meditate to God to be revealed some sort of deeper spiritual wisdom. And you could do that like in a New Age way, rejecting all of the traditions, or you could do that within the confines of a given tradition, like Muhammad in the Quran, or something that's also kind of like a Jesus claim, where you have one man who accomplished incredible feats. You could see, like, well, was it just a man who accomplished incredible feats and they built a cult and religion around him, and there's not really that many miracle claims, but you have this book that claims, the Quran, that claims to have the wisdom of God, and then this attached lifestyle, and then you could attempt to live the lifestyle. So, I mean, from a logical perspective, someone, I don't know, are you agnostic or you're atheist?
I would describe myself as an atheist.
Oh, I mean, do you think it's more logical to be atheistic or agnostic?
Okay. Well, of the options you gave me, I would say that I um, would use the atheist label as just a given, but to my understanding, theist or atheist just deals with what you believe. Do you believe in God? You're a theist. If you don't believe in God, or at least can't be sure, then you would be an atheist. Whether you're Gnostic or agnostic is whether or not you claim to know. And I'd say most people, and yeah, including myself, would say, yeah, I do not believe in a God, atheist, but I also don't claim to know it. So I'm an agnostic atheist. I know a lot of people like to just use the agnostic thing, but that's, I don't care
I'm
what.
getting more to ask you whether you've, let's say, have you tried prayer or meditation? If you're an atheist, you say, okay, you think it's false, and there's no reason for you to even attempt prayer or a religion, and so like, obviously time is short, and you're saying like, like you should try being an Orthodox Jew for a year, or you should try being a Muslim for a year, or a Christian. But so if you're agnostic, you could try meditation or prayer. You could think about it. You're saying like open your heart up to the creator and say like if there's a creator there, try to open your heart to understanding or communicating with the creator, and even so much like a Pascal's wager that you would consider even attempting to live the lifestyle of one of the major traditions. And so like like just Hare Krishna, just chant it, just give it a try, see if it works. What's the harm? Just try it, chant Hare Krishna a few times. I mean, you could say that with any religion. So if you're atheist, you're like, it's dumb, I don't want to chant Hare Krishna. But if you insist, like I'll say Hare Krishna a few times, it didn't work, it's dumb, I'm not trying it again. But you would say that there's the possibility that you would do it and be like, no, I tried chanting, and like I felt, the spiritual thing, like I felt it was working. And so that's why I'm asking you from like a level of who are you to reject God? Who are you to know that God doesn't exist? And if you're honestly searching for answers, shouldn't you at least seek out or try in the certain way, like like whatever I mean, you could follow your own path, like of how you want to find God.
Well, once again, I'm not saying that I reject God. I reject theism, because all it, in its various forms, and of the ones that I've studied that aren't mainstream either, they have once again just been claims of people. And all these people claim that you got to just open your heart/mind to this God. Well, it sure is strange, that God requires you to have a little incredulity and lower your skepticism to prove or believe in them. Why?
Well, I mean, it's put a conscious level of perception, because I wouldn't like like you have a soul, God is real, in your own mind, whatever reason you have an understanding for how the world operates, if it's in a materialistic way or evolution. So I mean, if you're questioning God, you versus you're questioning yourself. So like I mean, I like the Hindu story of Ramakrishna and Vivekananda, that Vivekananda was skeptical and he met Ramakrishna and he asked him, can you see God? And Ramakrishna said, I see God more clearly than I see you. So like it doesn't bother my belief in God that you're skeptical of God, because I understand that God gave you free will, or even that you have your own logic or reasons. Then if your goal is to convince me that my religion is false, and or you just want to examine logical possibilities, that maybe all religions are true, that maybe this God, this spiritual force that created the whole universe, that that I would say is the force of our souls and consciousness, spoke to all of the prophets, and is the force behind all of the traditions. You could look at it as exclusionary, only one of the traditions are true. Or if you're saying like factually, if you're going to be like a full, I don't know, T-jumper, like Jean-Francois Greppi, to say, no, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, my friend, but there is no God, there is no spiritual realm, and all of the religions are just wrong and false. Like it might make you feel a little bit better to believe in it, or give you some sort of structure to base your society on, but they're logically, factually false. And saying, I mean, are you coming from that strong of an atheism?
No, I don't usually claim to think that any religion is demonstrably false. I would just posit that they have
I'm saying
not,
any of them. I'm saying all of them.
that any and all of them have not met their burden of proof. If you want to tell me that there's an all-powerful being that does this or that, then I think you need a little more evidence than just here's a story that someone in the past wrote down. Anyone can make that claim. That doesn't make it true.
I'm not here to prove to you that there's a God. I'm saying that's your own test. That's your own battle. You have your own.
Why is it that when I want to test God, I have to deal with the lack of evidence? Oh, look at this story. Oh, I had an experience, or just open your mind. But you seem to just accept God and don't ask for more evidence than what people tell you.
I'm not here to convince you that there's a God. Like this, AMA with Doovid. I believe in God. I'm telling you what I think. Like no. I mean, you could believe what you want. You could continue on being an atheist. There's no skin off my back. So to say, like, so I'm not sure what what you're getting at. I believe in this stuff. I think it's logical. If you want to argue a little bit or test some of the logic, we can. But like, no, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. And like generally, I would say you have your own. God will judge you individually, and even according to my understanding, like it's more important, whether you're a good person, deal with people honestly and fairly, than your theistic beliefs. So like I would deal with you as a human based on track record, and no matter what you believed in, if you believed in some crazy religion I never heard of, or you're an atheist, I would largely base my dealings on your track record, how honest or decent, keep your word, come on time, various aspects. But if we're talking, this is what I believe.
Yeah, I don't really have time tonight for any debates. In fact, I'm going to get off here soon. Just wanted to, I'm not trying to convince you necessarily one way or the other either. All I'm just begging is for a bit of skepticism from you and anyone else who accepts the
begging me to have
claims that people-
skepticism? Or are you begging
Yes.
the audience, people listening? Or you're saying personally, like
everyone.
you're giving me advice that you think, like, personally, you're here to advise me that you think I would do myself a favor if I was a little bit more skeptical towards my own religion.
Yes, and all religions. Skeptical of people who make claims without supporting evidence that is sufficient to justify belief in them. Unicorns, I need more than just your word. Gods, I need more than just a book.
Behavior or belief? I mean, what does it matter to you what I believe versus behavior? We're talking here, just saying, like, what do you care if I believe the most crazy, stupid things, versus how I behave? You say, okay, like, you're a bad person, you got to stop it. Versus saying, like, you believe in crazy, stupid things, you got to stop it.
Well, let's assume that I think it's crazy and stupid. I don't, I don't think it's so much something that I'm doing for my benefit. Wouldn't you like to know whether you're being manipulated, or at least you should want to have the best position, either of withholding belief until such has been proven, or at least tentatively accepting something if there's enough evidence to at least warrant minor slight belief in it or something. I don't think everything has to be 100%. I believe in this 100%. You'll never convince me, or I definitely do not believe in this, and you'll never convince me it's true. There can be degrees of skepticism and, I guess, just belief in stuff. All right, I'm going to get off here now. Thanks for the time, Doovid, and enjoy the rest of your night. All right.
Sure, thanks for coming on. We appreciate
Yeah, no problem.
it.
Yeah, see ya.
I've talked with Luke Ford about this. I'm sure anyone else come on and say, I've talked with Luke Ford about Judaism's more a belief of a religion of practice than belief. So, saying even my understanding of consciousness, belief is not constant, and belief is not really within our conscious control. Like, my mind tells me all sorts of crazy things. Like, even if people see me talking with Church of Entropy from like a Freudian or Kabbalistic attitude, my mind, God forbid, tells me to murder, rape, and steal. God forbid, like, don't call the police. Like, I'm not going to do that. I say my mind tells me all the time. Like King David in Psalms says, all day I dream of doing bad things. that, so it's not necessarily a matter of belief, because belief is a product of the mind, and the mind is not constant. And so the more important thing is action. So if you told, God forbid, that's which they understood human nature, that from the day I was born till I died, my mind constantly told me murder, rape, steal. But if you judge me from the day I was born till I died, I never did those things. So if you question like belief like that, yeah, my belief fluctuates. Sometimes I think very close to God, and even like in a Mosaic understanding, the God of the Talmud and the sages. And then sometimes I'm very skeptical, but my action is more consistent. So Judaism's more, Christianity in many ways is a delineating factor. Christianity is more a religion of belief. Judaism is more a religion of action.
Okay, I have a question. So, I think I heard you say you moved to Israel and then your positions changed, right?
I went to Israel after high school. I was supposed to go there just for a 6-week summer trip, and I ended up studying there for 3 years. And I didn't go to Israel necessarily to find God. I was just an American Jew who wanted to go to Israel after high school.
How did you end up getting stuck there?
So as I found God and wanted to find more, I wanted to know more.
So you went there to study.
It was a slow process. Like I didn't have like a revelation or like an instantaneous miracle. I started doing the practices. I started taking the religion more seriously, and then I eventually had a spiritual awakening over time, where I learned how to pray. I learned how to connect to God. Like I learned the language. I became part of a religious community, so it wasn't like a single miraculous event. Like it took time, but I saw enough. Just in the 6 weeks that I considered, well, maybe there's something more to the religion. That I even dropped out of university to study a whole year in Israel, and then continue more, and then even change my lifestyle.
Was this something that was discussed by family? Like
it was actually largely against the wishes of my family, because my family's more secular American. That so like going to Israel, my parents largely approved. They were interested, but when I dropped out of university, my parents were very opposed to that, and because that wasn't what they had in mind. And still till today, they're spiritual, but they don't really believe in the formal religion of Judaism in that manner. So even today, 20 plus years later, they'd still probably prefer that I went to being more well-rounded, secular, rationalist, agnostic.
okay. Did you have like a mentor that helped guide you?
I had a lot of rabbis, a lot of people guide me. I spoke to as many people as possible from all varying levels, and I tested, like I said, I never really prayed in my life till I went to Israel. I don't think I'd ever prayed once in my life until I was 18. Like I had a bar mitzvah, I learned the Hebrew, I had said some prayers, I had a little moment of spirituality at my bar mitzvah, but I basically had atheist leanings, never prayed in my life. And in the first trip, I did a few prayers, and I had to learn how to pray. And so first I had to. There was this Rabbi Doovid Gottlieb, who's still around. There's a lot of videos of him on YouTube that shook my belief in evolution. The first thing that did it to me was being convinced that evolution wasn't as true as I thought it was. And then, because my basis for atheism was largely because I believed in evolution. Once I saw that evolution wasn't true, at least in my perception, not to say like it was definitively proved false, but wasn't as true as I thought it was, I became more accepting towards alternative explanations. And like I was a Jew, I was in Israel, so I tried Haredi Judaism, and then I tried it, and I had legitimate, from my perspective, experience of God through these traditions. And so I studied it and basically changed my life, and developed a relationship with God through Hasidic Judaism. And then later I tried Hinduism, and I saw that you could experience God through Hinduism also. And I've been doing interfaith. You see my YouTube channel now for almost 10 years, and I believe that you could have legitimate experience with God through almost any tradition, and even I've talked to a lot of people, even atheistic, just about meditation. I think that even without coming onto a formal tradition, you could have a legitimate experience with God through prayer and meditation, just talking to God in your own words, like having an internal conversation, or even saying out loud this like Breslov, Rebbe Nachman type stuff. But even people doing it from a non-denominational, just try talking to God in your own words and see if there's some form of reciprocation, or try meditating. And I've spoken to a lot of people, and so I think that you could experience God through any tradition, any form of meditation, any form of prayer, even if not within a formal system.
When you say like any, I mean, you could focus your mind on something that's clearly false, right? And if you could like squeeze some spiritual juice out of that, I mean, it seems to suggest that it's not really coming from God, but it's coming from like you, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's how you understand consciousness, and it's saying that now I understand that consciousness, the voice in my head, comes from the spiritual realm, my soul that envies my material body. So I would say that even if you're an atheist and you're skeptical and reject this, that I still believe that what controls your body, the force that is speaking to you, through you to me, is coming from the spiritual realm. And just people heard of Rebbe Nachman, like it's a Hasidic Judaism. You could try as an experiment, just using your own words, like God, I'm skeptical. You don't have to speak out loud. You could just meditate with the voice in your own head, like God, I'm skeptical. I want to know if you're there. I want to have a relation with the creator of everything, the spiritual force. I want to know if I have a soul. And so you could use your own words.
What sort of feedback should I be looking for?
Um, I mean, I've said this many times, like meditation usually starts first with quieting your mind. So in the beginning, you're not going to have any feedback. You're just quiet your mind. And then, because really your mind is the feedback. That, I mean, from my perspective, my understanding of how I've understood it is that when I was atheistic, I just thought, like T-jump, that my mind was a product of my brain, and whatever you could learn meditation or self-control to self-improvement. But then later I understood it that the mind is the product of the spiritual realm. So if you're using your own mind as your own experiment, that you're saying, is this thing inside of you that drives you forward, that so to say, the voice in your head, the essence that controls your actions, that makes the decisions for you, coming from your brain in the material realm, or from the spiritual realm, and you use your own mind as your own experiment. So if right now you're completely convinced that it's your brain and it's completely a physical process, that you could try some basic meditation or prayer in terms of just talking to God internally with the voice in your own head, to test yourself. Use yourself as your own scientific experiment.
Okay, so I've never done that, right? So I have no idea what that would be like, and it sounds interesting.
You could
Can
try
you
a
paint a
formal
picture?
mantra, like I'm saying, like I teamed up with like the Hare Krishnas or something. It's just like, just try chanting Hare Krishna. What's the harm? What's the worst that could happen?
Well, you tell me what's the experience like inside your
I'm
head?
telling you more the Hasidic, specifically Breslov, Rebbe Nachman school, which would mean try talking to God in your own words.
Well,
Even though
what's that
you're an
experience
atheist,
like?
you're saying,
Can,
like, I
can
know
you
this is
describe it?
dumb and stupid because I know you don't exist, and I'm just an idiot talking to myself. There used to be this rabbi, Victor Miller, and he used to say, phone booths don't even exist anymore. So, like, people, I don't know if you've even heard of a phone booth. Maybe you've seen them in movies, but decades ago, they used to have these things on street corners called phone booths, where you stick a quarter in, and so you'd say, go into the phone booth and pretend like you're making a phone call to talk to God. But you could use your own, you could talk to yourself in that way. Like, I know I'm crazy. I know there is no God, and just this crazy, Hasidic Jew on Discord told me to do this, so I've given it a try.
Well, what's going to
But
happen?
well, I mean, you're gonna, maybe, so maybe nothing. Maybe you just say, okay, you tried, nothing happened, and But maybe you'll give a second thought to say that your mind, that you do have a soul. You would just say scientifically, Doovid and Jennifer. Jennifer's not a Jew, has Hindu leanings, and where she doesn't agree about Moses and the Hebrew prophecies, but she does agree about the soul and the origins of the mind. And I'm sure a lot of other spiritualists from other traditions, and just say like Doovid and Jennifer are telling you that you do have a soul, and that your mind is not a product of your brain. So even if
Okay.
you think in your own mind that your mind is a product of a brain, that you are falsely attributing the qualities of your mind to your body, but scientifically, factually, you are wrong. Your mind is not a product of your brain. Your mind is not a product of your body, and that you could experiment with yourself by, so to say, talking with yourself in your own head and analyzing what is the origin of your motivation? What is the origin of your thoughts? What is the
I'm
origin?
trying to understand the experiment. So when you go into the phone booth, right, and then you call God's number, right, what do you hear?
I mean, the rabbi just said, pretend like you're going.
Yeah, of course, right?
Pretend like you're making a phone call, because people are going to think you're crazy if on the street corner you just start talking to yourself.
No, of course, but what do you experience when you do that? I assume you still do that, right? Or is it just like a one-time thing, just convince yourself and then you don't use that
Well,
superpower again?
No, I mean, I've been praying. It's not even a superpower thing. That I understand my mind to originate from the spiritual realm. So I'm not necessarily saying it's like God talking to me like prophecies, but it's saying that, what does it mean to, say that the soul derives from the spiritual realm? And it doesn't mean that it's the voice of God. It's, the spiritual realm, and God could be at a higher level or separate from the spiritual realm, the origin of the spiritual realm. God isn't necessarily this, the spiritual realm. God is the ruler of the spiritual and the material realm. I mean, from a straight meditation point of view, any Jewish, Christian, Hindu, secular meditation, the first thing that you do need to do is quiet your voice, so that you're just thinking nothing. And most people, Jennifer used to teach yoga, but you're like the
Yes, I
flow
used
type.
to teach yoga. Tinkle wants to know, just real quick, what is God's number?
I mean, God's number, it's in your own mind. God is in your head. You don't need a special number. You're saying
I
God is
thought he was going to
already
say
talking.
Euler's number. Back
God
to
is
you,
already
Euler.
talking to you. That's why I'm saying that God is already talking to you. You've just been misreading the signals and thinking that those are coming from your brain.
So what does it sound like?
So I'm saying first thing you need to do is be able to shut off your mind.
Right.
So the
And then,
basic of meditation, the first step is shut off your mind. And
okay.
then you need to learn how to observe your own mind. And this could take months or even years. I mean, the first, you could try it, just if it's difficult, even, for a few minutes, a few seconds, to shut off your mind and then observe your mind. And then to have the observer, recognize that this is what my mind is doing, like in a Freudian sense, like ego, super ego, and id. After a period of time, you could have a permanent observer to your mind. So it's like, okay, there's my mind, and this is what my mind is thinking. And then there's the observer to my mind that recognizes what my mind is thinking. And you could try to understand from yourself, as a basic method, understanding how and why you go about making decisions. And, small levels on daily basics, like, what you eat, how you interact with people, the words that you choose. You're just creating this observer within your own head that second guesses yourself. But that first starts with the process of having an accurate observation. So it's kind of like remembering dreams. That a lot, like you might know that you're dreaming, then you wake up and you forget the dream, and so you could have like a dream journal and write things down. There's a lot of tech work to be able to observe your mind. And once you, so to say, master your own mind, which really takes years, or like mastering your own mind is no small feat. But if you could master your own mind, then you might have a better feel for the origin of your mind, and just in terms of your decision making. You think, is it deriving from your brain? Do you believe in free will? do you believe that you have free will and the power to control the decisions that you make?
Well, I feel like I'm a pretty self-reflective person, but you make it sound as if you've found like a method that is allowing you to experience something that most people who haven't done this can't experience, right? And if I did do this, I could experience the thing that you experience and you choose to experience. So I guess I'd like to know, like, why would I? And second of all,
It's a
like,
universal
what
method.
exactly are you feeling?
I'm not necessarily saying that I'm feeling anything different than you. I just feel that I have a soul and that my mind and thought and the controller of this body is not me. It's not my material body. That when you're talking to me, that the me that you're talking to is not this body, and that even I'm talking to you, that even though you think that you're your body, that really the you that I'm talking to is not your body. And so there's not necessarily anything. Me and you might feel the exact same right now. It's just an understanding of the phenomenon that's occurring. So the phenomenon, in my understanding, that's occurring is that my soul in the spiritual realm is animating the body and creating thoughts, desires, and emotions, and whatever complicated process that the soul works. And you think that it's all arising from circuits in the brain, and it could be on a practical level. We're actually feeling and doing the exact same thing. We just have an alternative explanation for how the phenomenon is working.
Okay. I
If
don't
that
really.
makes sense.
No,
I
did
would
make
say that
sense.
there probably is differences, because so if you feel the phenomenon arises from your brain, you're probably understanding the phenomenon in a different way than arising from the soul. But I would say even the phenomenon that you're experiencing right now, that so me and Jennifer would both understand that's not occurring in your body, that's occurring in your soul, and you're just falsely attributing to your body, and that doesn't necessarily cause any difference in like any observational level. That at the same, me and Jennifer are the same, even though you're attributing to your body what we're attributing to your soul.
I'd just like to clear up. Like, I don't make assumptions that like the mind is being controlled just by like physical processes. I haven't really come to a position on it, but like, to me, it doesn't really seem like an important thing. But it sounds important to you. So why do you find it important?
Because it's who I am.
Just so you know, this young man is a student of mathematics.
I say, I mean, Euler's one of my favorite. I'm saying Euler was also a priest, and Euler, like Leibniz, thought that he was describing spiritual phenomena. You look into actually Euler's writings, and he wasn't necessarily an engineer. He was more of a mystic. But you're saying like, well, I'm saying you're your own person. Like I'm saying like maybe we'll meet one day. Maybe we'll corroborate. Maybe we'll never meet again. Like what you do, that's your own. That's up to you. It doesn't make any difference to me. And even to so to say, like if we cooperated in math or engineering or business, it might make no difference to me whether you're an atheist or a theist. Like that would be more practical. Like saying if you do your job well, it doesn't necessarily matter to me what your beliefs are. Like we're just talking. I'm talking about my beliefs. I'm not trying to change your beliefs, but you asked me, and so like I'm telling you the part of the transformation that I went through, and I'm a universalist. I believe that these phenomena are universal. Probably just like most materials believe that the phenomena are universal, and therefore this process should be the same for you if you want to try it. Like I'm an advocate of meditation and generic God consciousness. So I like talking about these things, and so it's up to you whether you want to try it. And I'm not saying like I'm not trying to get you to be my follower or disciple, and like I'm largely claiming that what I'm saying, that almost anybody from any major religious tradition would probably agree with me. I'm trying to phrase these things in universal terms that like even like a Hindu, a Christian, a Jew, a Buddhist, and anybody who believes in a mind-body, spiritual, material realm dualism would largely agree with what I'm saying, and even the methods of what I'm talking about that are largely in universal realms. That like a person's Muslim, Christian, Hindu, that they would probably also agree with me that these methods would work for you to become in tune, so to say, with the spiritual, more spiritual.
The way I feel about that is sort of akin to like if somebody does an action, a part of like what makes it good or bad, like a rudimentary way to judge whether something's good or bad, is also to factor in their intentions as well, right? And the comparison here is you're looking at all these people from all different parts, and they could be doing kind of different things, and they're connecting on a spiritual level, or they feel like they are, and they feel like they're achieving enlightenment. But it's like if somebody is focusing on something that's like clearly false, I'm not saying I can demonstrate it, but like you'd probably agree that some religions are just clearly false, maybe like Scientology. And if somebody in Scientology is like staring into other people's eyes and like talking about body thetans and achieving states of like enlightenment, is that like an issue? Does intention play a part in this?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would say as a materialist that it's even questionable what intention is. And that's why I say that if you don't believe in the soul, then you have a hard time explaining free will. And, so I say like in a Freudian evolutionary terms, they say, well, you're just an animal. Like, I know your intention.
Well, you believe in intention, right?
Well, I was saying that intention for me is one of the proofs of the soul. That's saying that the controller is not your body. And so if we were like in a debate and we were talking about the logic of a person's belief system, and you say, well, what is it that controls you? And you say, well, my body controls itself. How is it possible that your body controls itself? How is it possible that free will derives from itself as opposed to having a soul, a separate entity that doesn't exist in the material realm that controls the body? That you're saying that the controller of the body is the body itself, and that's why I said that from the Freudian perspective, say okay, like civilization is discontent. That really your only intention is to reproduce. That the human.
Well, I think we've gone far away from my question.
Well,
right?
Because it's a tough point on intention. That how do you understand intention? And maybe just from meditating and being thoughtful, does it make sense that intention arises from the body? Or you have conflicting intentions, where really intentions are just animalistic desires, and then the brain is just like a computer that tries to calculate the best way to achieve animalistic desires.
Well, I never made a claim about any of that. I'm just
and even good and bad.
You believe in intentions,
the
right?
First person to say that good and bad necessitates a spiritual realm. That if there's only the material realm, there really is no like is it good or bad if I die, if this material body returns to the ground and continues the carbon cycle? And yes, I would assert that good and bad intention can't exist without there being a separate spiritual realm, without the controller of the body being separate from the body. But you'll have to think about
let's grant that. Let's grant
these
that.
things.
Let's grant that. That's fine. I'm asking about your opinion, right? So I can grant whatever beliefs you have because I'm asking what you think, right? You believe in intentions, I presume, right? Like the soul or the mind has intention. Is that right?
Intention's a tough word. I say that intention, like meaning goal orientation, or intention meaning some sort of emotive attribute. So I mean, Kabbalistically, you could have, to understand intention is, goal, and then like I said, the eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. That intention may not be a reality. I'm saying the intention is just the eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. There was no intention there. Just once I saw it, my heart desired, and once my heart desired, my mind started plotting on how to achieve it, And then once my mind figured out how to achieve it, my limbs started carrying it out, and there was no intention involved in the process.
Is that what you think happens?
No, I would say there's a dualism that you know, like in Freudian terms, like there's a super ego. So the I see, the heart desires, and the mind starts to plot, and then the observer of the mind sees the mind plotting and could control the body through larger intentions. And intentions could be, I want to be a good person. Like, you know, God forbid, you know, like straight animalistic. I see an attractive woman, my heart desires, my mind tells me rape, God forbid, and my limbs want to carry out these bad actions. If it's steal, you know, like I see something that's not mine that I want, and I just want to grab it and take it for myself. But my soul, who controls the body in good and bad, says that's a bad action. Even though my heart desires to do the bad action, there's some sort of super controller that allows me to prevent myself from doing the action. You could possibly understand a materialistic perspective, like a Freudian, the discontent, like you know, you see an attractive woman, and you know, the you know, God forbid, you want to have relations, whether she wants to or not, or whether marriage or morality, but then you have some sort of larger thought-controlled structure. Like my goal is to reproduce, and it makes more sense to reproduce in a monogamous relation or whatever, but it's all processed from the brain in some sort of generic strategy to reproduce and have your offspring be successful, like in an evolutionary understanding of the human mind, that the essential factor of intention is basically reproduction and success of the offspring. That there is no, you know, moral good in terms of like, you know, what's going to happen when I die? Am I going to be judged? Is there some separate realm that's recording whether it's a good or bad action? It's a, you know, a process of reproduction and the success of the offspring. But
Uh-huh.
you know, so I would understand there's a mind-body dichotomy, and at some point the mind steps in and exerts control of the body, so to say, against the body's will. My
Yeah.
body desires to do something, but my soul supersedes, pulls the reins, and prevents me from you know, doing this action that for whatever reason my ultimate controller from the non-material realm has deemed doesn't want the body to do.
Is this like a self-driving car, and like you just sort of letting it like go across the street, but like occasionally there's like a child walking across and you're gonna like grab the wheel? Is that kind of how you live your life? Or like how in control of your car are you?
That's the materialistic understanding, is a self-driving car. I'm saying that no, there's an entity that's essentially me. The person you're talking to,
Yeah, you're the
in
person in the
essence,
car.
has nothing to do with this body. Like me and you, they're thinking about these abstract ideas, talking about morality and God and consciousness, has absolutely nothing to do with the bodies that we're residing
But you're
in.
like in the body,
We're
right?
using the bodies. It's saying that the bodies that we're in, you know, are being used to produce the speech, and we have our experiences and memories and various things. But the essential me and the essential you that are talking about these ideas is basically nothing to do with the bodies that we're residing in.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the analogy, right? Like you are the person in the car, and the car is like the body, and
I
it's
mean,
like
it's
moving
Plato. It's
forward.
yeah. I mean, the old Plato or the Bhagavad Gita is the chariot. The chariot, you know, the chariot driver and the horses. If it's the pathos, logos, ethos. But I mean, you could give a modern day, and if you haven't studied the Greeks or
I
the
haven't even heard
ancients,
that.
you
No.
could give a modern example. But yeah, I mean, pathos, logos, ethos, and you know, the chariot driver and the chariot and the horses. That you know, the and in some you understand the passenger or the driver, but you're saying the driver is the soul, and the chariot is the body, and the horses are like the passions, if you want to call them, the intentions driving us. But in essence, that we're in control of the chariot, and you know, the horses maybe have a mind of their own, but we could, you know, rein and harness them to work on behalf of us.
Okay, one last question then, because and I'll let someone else speak. So my point I was trying to make before when I used the word intentions, the word intention wasn't really that relevant. So I'll change the word. My point is, you can have people having spiritual experiences over all sorts of things. Okay, maybe they believe in like a religion of rock people or gnomes or Scientology, right? And they can be doing the techniques that you've said and actually gain spiritual experiences, right? Because you've said you've studied all these different religions and you can see ways to gain sort of spiritual enlightenment from different religions. So
I've read Scientology. I have like cybernetics on my shelf. I went a few times when I lived in New York City
ooh,
to
okay,
their events. Like if you mean like their cosmology or like understanding like it's okay like that, like true value very very unlikely. But yeah, these self-improvement consciousness understandings are largely universal. So if you went to Scientology and they, even if their understanding for the mind body soul relationship, if you want to use the word false or ill-informed but sometimes they're just different ways of describing the same phenomenon but I would say any method, like any meditative method of self-improvement, generally works, and then within the religion will have some group strategy to it, and the group strategy will be related to the mythos and the teachings and the exercise. But I would say even Scientology, even rock people, any native tradition probably works for getting in touch with the soul, understanding the mind body dichotomy, giving a person a purpose to life. So that's my multiple truth hypothesis. There's certainly elements of truth in all traditions, even like evolution or atheism. They're saying just like that. Like I reject evolution, but I'm not saying that every single thing about evolution is false. Just like like I reject Scientology, but there's elements of truth within Scientology. There are true axioms and true conclusions and methods that work, and could give people meaningful, purposeful life, and could essentially cause a person to be a good person. Like in general, my father told me, I think it's in the movie Boys in the Hood, it's in a lot of TV shows, like like if Judaism makes you a better person, I'm for it. I think it's in the movie Boys to the Hood, where it says if Islam makes you a better person, I'm for it. If Scientology makes you a better person, I'm for it. If evolution makes you a better person, I'm for it.
okay, thank you for the answer.
Yeah, sure.
I think you remember Wonder Crab. from
Yeah,
YouTube.
so you got on the Discord, you
Welcome.
joined the server. Good for you.
Had some trouble. How is my audio?
That sound okay. Like I don't know if a little background noise, but it sound okay.
I apologize. I'm in a rainstorm.
I think you're actually okay if you're about as good as Doovid. Go ahead with your question, dear.
Well, I don't want to take over the stream. The only questions I
No, that's
really
the way it's been
had.
going so far. It's just been sequential takings over, and I think Doovid's been really shining throughout this AMA. But correct me if I'm wrong, Doovid.
Well, and that's for the audience to decide.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
usually
from
it's
my
mixed. Just like I said,
perspective,
there's probably a handful of people that think I'm underperforming and maybe overperforming. So that's for you to decide.
I personally, I'd give you about a 6 out of 10 on this, which
Harsh! We actually
No,
have pretty good numbers on YouTube. Like we only ever stream on Sunday, so I don't know if just today's better in terms of numbers potentially, but we were like over 20 for most of it, which is
well,
better
I
than
don't,
we could
I don't know
do.
about you guys, but on the crab scale, a 6 out of 10 is a step up for most people. So I think you're doing very well. But
What's
Economically, it's
average?
profitable. I mean, there's a grading scale like that's like a D. It's almost failing, or means I could do a lot better. But like economically, 6 out of 10, like it means like okay, I made some profit. I get to go home and made a little bit of money today.
on a letter grade, I think I'd have to give the stream probably. I'm gonna go with a B. I'm gonna go with a B.
So it's an AMA. It's not you like. It's not. We didn't ask you for your grade.
If
You
it's
could
the
put that in
highest
chat.
honor he could pay you, he's LARPing as you midstream. But yeah, seriously, do you have any
I
questions,
don't
dear?
usually grade people. Like I mean, Doooovid is very clear.
Except
I'm
the
not
week
your
in review is
judge.
all about judging the previous week, which is kind of like grading,
Well,
isn't it?
Oh, it's reviewing, but like no, I've made very clear like God is people's judge. I'm not the judge. It's something of duty, but like I'm not a very judgmental person. Like everyone tell like it's between you and God, and um, in terms of interaction, I usually deal with people based on track record and more association. That if I choose to disassociate with a person, usually non-judgmental, could agree to disagree and disassociate.
we have sort of a fundamental disagreement about humor, I think. So maybe it's not for the right. Not that you didn't understand, of course, but the I think the rating is good because most people have sort of an aversion to giving like an objective rating of something being good or bad, and I think that's a shock being kind of funny. That's always I mean, I was kind of surprised when I looked in metaphysics. I saw snowflakes, and that's what I've been thinking about all day. Uh, is snow and water. I've been learning a lot about water, and I wanted to ask Doovid. Of course, there's sort of the metaphysical idea of water, things emanating from the water. In the first, there was the waters, but what Doovid do you know about the actual like the more mechanical side of water? What do you know about the what I guess the shallowly understood but fundamental molecule of water?
Water?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of associations with.
He's in the rain right now, possibly incredibly high, and wanted to ask a question. So, what do you think about water, Doovid?
I like it. I mean, I'm in Michigan. That's what we got here, and the Talmud says the water is like Torah because um, it only goes to the humble. Water naturally finds the lowest place, or takes the shape of the vessel it's in. Maybe at some point on we can review. We could talk about the chemistry, Jennifer's understanding of water, like the van der Waals or various things. I have to review my chemistry. I mean, water.
Bullshit explanation of the month.
But like, no, I don't have any deep insights on water or something like. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Like, I know on Politically Provoked, I wanted people to talk more about the environment. I thought that's an important issue, especially here in Michigan. Like terms of like water shutoffs, keeping the water clean, flooding. There's spiritual understandings of the connection of water. There's science, but no, I don't really know what you're trying to say. Like, why you came on to ask me about water.
Well, that's why I kind of prefaced with like I don't want to take over the stream because I don't have any real Doovid related questions at the moment. I'm just my mind is consumed by
I've been with a
water.
couple, and if anyone else wants to come up on stage, feel free. Raise your hand or just come on up. Don Willis wants to know, why do you go on unfriendly shows just to get badgered?
The reason I asked you about water.
Was that question for me? We're going on friendly.
Welcome, Gasper.
Yeah, I usually do because I'm invited. So like, if people invite me and then badger me, I'll do it. Like, almost never do I just go on shows. So like, I'm almost always invited to those shows, even maybe you can't see it, you can't tell, like, or the person didn't, tell people that I was invited. And usually I try to avoid it if it's too unfriendly. Like, I think Zobita, she invited me again and again, and I think we had some sort of a breakthrough. She even came on my channel, and I made that song for her. Ralph, Right Reactions. Chris, if he wants to talk again, I'll probably talk with him. But, like, because I understand, that's God's way of interacting with me. So my karma, that if people, if I have bad karma, I'm going to be invited to, confrontational situations. So usually I'll give anybody a chance. I'll let a person, God forbid, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I'll give almost anyone a chance, and sometimes if it's important, I'll do it a few times. Like Zobita, I was trying to step out and make like make peace or make some sort of relations with another group, and hopefully I had mild success. But like no, I won't continually go on shows to get badgered. So even like Ralph, I stopped going on just like yelling and stuff like that. So pop on politically provoked. I came on last Saturday, and then once Dingo and the guy Flosney was just like, I mean, he wasn't so bashing me, but he was just kind of yelling and dominating. So I just bowed out. So like generally, I'm a disassociate and avoid confrontation. So I don't think you'll actually see too much of me doing that.
And we have one of the owners of the server, Gasper, Marvelous Gasper. Did you have a question for the guest? All right, he's muted. So go ahead.
I did, but I forgot. Sorry.
All right, I've got about 1 million from the audience here. So what will happen? And these are all from Tinkle. Feel free to ignore them. What will happen in the world to come? Doooovid. Want to skip to the next one? We can't hear you anymore.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. So David, what about the Hare Krishnas did you find appealing?
Seriously, they took chanting and prayer and like transcendental, but like I saw them chanting on street corners and like up there like in New York City, standing up to some of the biggest lack of spirituality in the world. And then in university, I had friends that were generally very good at avoiding bad behavior and the downfalls, while keeping their traditions and excelling. And but it was mostly the ecstatic prayer and also the public ecstatic prayer, because like I remember in Israel, Hasidim did that, not really in front of non-Jews, but in front of like other Jews, and so it reminded me of Hasidic Judaism, and actually I did some research in the beginning, and I actually thought that possibly the Baal Shem Tov and the Hasidic movement might have some of those teachings uh, probably came from Lord Chaitanya, the origin of them. That if you look at the time frame and the transmission, that probably part of what the Hasidim did actually came from Hinduism, like that, and specifically Lord Chaitanya.
I see.
I don't know how much you know about the Hare Krishnas or the history or theology or Hasidic Judaism to compare it, but and also the food, like because like I was kosher vegetarian. I used to lie because I was kosher, and I would lie to people because I didn't want to eat the food. I would tell them I'm vegetarian because I would eat vegetarian food with non-kosher. So I would just tell people I'm vegetarian because I was scared to tell them, whatever reason. And eventually I ended up becoming vegetarian because like I thought maybe karmatically, but also the food. Also, I lived in Manhattan, right near the Hare Krishna temple, and I was trying to keep kosher, and I would eat like Indian vegetarian stuff. And so also in Detroit, so some of the first time going there was just because they had really good vegetarian food, and I also like the idea of like just doing good deeds and feeding people. So when I got more involved, I did food distribution. I served thousands and thousands of people food. COVID-19, God forbid I haven't done that, but for like every week I used to go to 2 different temples, and I used to serve food and volunteer in the kitchen. And I always wanted to, so I thought that was really cool because when I saw them like giving away food on street corners.
I see. Huh. Okay. Um. Is now isn't don't they? Okay, so Krishna is not he is a god figure, right? Do I have this right?
I mean, from the perspective of ISKCON, that I mean, Krishna is like an avatar, the supreme personality of Godhead. I mean, how I might understand that as a Hasidic Jew, or within a Judaic time from verse how their scripture or their internally understanding. Within Hinduism, you have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and in their understanding is that Krishna would precede Brahma and would be the supreme personality of Godhead. The if that's what you're asking, or how I understand it, or how they understand it.
Yeah. Well. I so
I also
I
like Krishna as like a hero who just writes justices. Like this rabbi in Detroit used to say, all of the pagan idols are basically bad people. So the only pagan idol that is a good person, that's essential task is protecting the weak and righting wrongs, is Krishna. And that Krishna is comes into the world to restore truth, and his biggest duty is protection of the cow, protection of the cowherd boys, and the gopis, like essentially protecting the weak. So if you look at like Greek, pagan, most traditions, that Krishna I think is unique among all the deities, that you could look as his essential function is righting injustice and protecting the weak. And even like in a Judaic understanding, like God judges and runs the world, but God doesn't come down and personally right justices or protect the weak. So Krishna, in terms of a deity, to have that function of coming down and righting injustices and protecting the weak appealed to me.
see. So what is and what are we calling pagan idols exactly?
And any understanding of any religion of God taking some sort of form or higher power. I mean, it'd be Greek, Norse, Native American, other Hindu deities, that Krishna appears relatively unique. I mean, maybe with another Hindu pantheon like Ram, or but if you've, I'm not sure. Like, I have the Joseph Campbell collection. I've taken series on it. If you looked at the pantheon of deities from almost any tradition, they don't really have figures like Krishna, that that's essential function is to come down and right injustices and protect the weak.
Okay, yeah. I think that answers the question.
I
So
mean, if you could come up with one, it'd be interesting to me. Maybe I'd add that to my pantheon. And that's why I said, like, I don't really believe in Jesus, although I accept the Jesus principle as positive. So if a sincere Christian, that suffering on behalf of others is a noble thing. Although Krishna is a deity, he doesn't suffer
okay, yeah.
on behalf of others. He's more like a superhero who miraculously, like you call upon him and he'll come and save and protect you, as opposed to
So yeah. Sorry, we're kind of getting all over the place. So I really was asking what we're calling a pagan idol, and so you say anything that depicts God taking on a form, or what? Do you want to? What are you going to go with?
I would use my multiple truth hypothesis to say, like, I don't know, from a Judaic understanding, that avatars are impossible. It's impossible that God would take any form, and so a strict Judaic understanding would probably be Krishna's a myth, never existed. Whether there's like the historical Jesus, the historical Krishna, whether there was a historical Krishna figure, whether it was a man who later became deified, or some understanding. Like I recognize that general Judaic, Abrahamic philosophy would be, it's impossible that there was a deity of Krishna, but like from a multiple truth hypothesis, uncertainty, that you could conceptually understand the possibility of an avatar or of the God coming down in some sort of form. And so that's why I created the multiple truth hypothesis to deal with uncertainty. Like I have a lot of Hindu friends that look at it similar to Jews, right? You're Jewish.
What?
You're Jewish.
Oh no, I'm not Jewish. No.
So I mean, if it's like, or if you saw the legends of Judaism, and how you understood what the tradition was. So a lot of Hindus, they're not like even ones that have deities and serve deities, look at it similar to like how Jews look at Moses and the story of leaving Egypt. Like was there historical Krishna? Was Krishna just a really great man versus like the current way we practice our religion? That like okay, like I lit Hanukkah candles because that's our tradition and there's meaning in it, whether the Hanukkah story is true or not. And so Hindus might look at Krishna in the same way. Well, like no, there's literally a Krishna who was literally God and literally did all this stuff, versus saying like they're just meaningful traditions that so you could understand that on any level, and that's kind of what my multiple truth hypothesis is about, to help people navigate these type of complicated theological issues.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So then, so you don't accept Jesus then? Like, could we say that Jesus is one of these pagan gods according to what you're saying?
Well, from a strict Judaic understanding, you could look at Christianity and Jesus as an idol worship in the same form of Hinduism. That from a Judaic understanding, like God, Jesus as whatever the Nicene Creed or as Father and Son is pure idolatry. That's not how we understand God works. It's impossible that God took the form of Jesus, just as it's impossible that God took the form of any other deity that's comparable and to like theologically that there's no difference between Krishna and Jesus. They're both some sort of avatar understanding, and from a mainstream Judaic understanding, that's, we'll call it idol worship, or just saying that's not how God works. It's a false perception of reality that to think that God would take any form in the material realm.
Mm. Do you think it's idol worship to even talk about any concept of a god?
Not concept. I mean, to say that God would take, idol worship is actually making an idol and worshiping the idol, and it could be in your mind, or actually, like if you want to say like a Catholic church there, or an Orthodox church that actually has a Jesus idol where they serve the idol, where they actually have incense and put flowers on Jesus statues. So, like in many forms of Catholicism or Orthodoxy, they do factually worship an idol of Jesus in comparably the same way that Hindus worship, their deities, like by incense and mantras and incantations and flower garlands and things like that. So I don't know if
I know,
no,
it
just
didn't.
mean conceptually that even if you're not, even if you didn't make a statue of Jesus and
No, any notion of a god, an idea, a name, or a concept at all.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, the Kabbalist will say that strongly, that that like God is the ineffable name, and even in the unknowable name that can't even be said, and even to ascribe an attribute or name to God is a minor form of idol worship, and so that's
Okay, sorry. You sort of
if-
you touch on a lot of topics at once. You say the Kabbalist will say, "Well, I'm not a Kabbalist." Apparently the people who follow the Kabbalah think that the Hebrew alphabet is sacred. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, they say even that the building block of creation, like the atoms, like I've told Church of Entropy this many times, like literally tiny Hebrew letters.
Yeah,
the
and
atomic
so
building block of the material realm is literally tiny Hebrew letters.
yeah, so that would be a tough sell, right? I mean, that's an
So that is
I don't
what
know
they
if
say
that's
in the books. Like I read the books, and someone's like literally tiny Hebrew letters.
okay. Okay, I don't know if you're pitching Kabbalah here or what.
Possibly, I mean, if you want to
Okay.
say like, what's the is it possible that like we'll get to the tiniest particle, and the Kabbalists will be proved right? Like, look, it's a tiny Hebrew letter.
Okay. Well,
And it's like I
there's
mean,
a
it's like,
lot of things that
okay,
are
I'm a
possible.
rationalist. I respect the Kabbalists. The Kabbalists aren't prophets, but like I do note that like a lot of them did say that.
So why the Hebrew alphabet? Why not the Greek alphabet? Like if you're going to say if they actually, and I know that they think these things about that they think that the Hebrew alphabet is actually like the code that generates the universe. I mean, I'm not surprised that such grandiose ideas come from people who think that they're God's chosen people. But I'm saying that why not the Greek alphabet or the Chinese alphabet? And honestly, why should we believe any of this at all? You threw out the possibility that it may be the case, but I'm not interested in what's possible, and not a lot of people are. There are a billion things that are possible. Is there any evidence that points to this?
Well, I mean that the origins of the material realm being tiny Hebrew letters, I would say no. I mean, there's very little evidence. I'm not trying to convince you of that. I would say like, this AMA with Doooovid, that's my belief, and I'm not saying you should believe it or there's any reason you should believe it. Saying like, you should be a righteous person, try to do good, and avoid bad, and generally, like even idol worship, be liberal on idol worship, even if you worship idols or believe in idols. That I think you're largely going to be judged on your actions, not your beliefs, in terms of your interaction with fellow man and being a good person.
Okay, well, yeah, those seem to be a couple different. I don't know what morality and ethics have to
When you
do
said
with.
I wasn't trying to convince you of anything, like you said, why should you believe it?
Right.
Like I mean, you shouldn't. You don't have to.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
AMA would do it. You asked me what I believe, and so yeah, I think that there is a possibility, so to say, the God particle will be tiny Hebrew letters, but like no, I'm not trying to convince you of that one. It doesn't bother me if you're not convinced.
Okay. Now, you did mention that you do debates. How confident would you be in a debate setting making the case that the smallest particles of the universe would be Hebrew letters? Like, do you think you can make a case for that?
Yeah, I think you make a case for that. I mean, saying that you couldn't scientifically make a case for it. I mean, you could, saying if you're a believer in Judaism, that I think it might be a logical conclusion that like Kabbalists who study physics and look at physics and particles, and then they see the ancient books talked about this stuff. So like no, I wouldn't come to a debate with like a non-Jew or like a counter-Semite or just a rational scientist. That I just mentioned that this is one of the legends of Judaism, and if someone's a believing Jew, that they could be interesting to think about and research more. But like no, I don't think that isn't one of the topics I would try to convince people that um, I mean, you just brought it up like randomly. I wouldn't have brought it up if you hadn't.
Well, I didn't bring it up randomly. I brought it up because you brought up you in the context of one of the other topics you brought up. Well, the Kabbalist would answer X, and
You're talking about idol worship.
I feel
so
like
the Kabbalists would say that ascribing any attribute to God is a form of idol worship, and so like we refer to God usually like Hashem, the name, or we use a different name, Adonai, instead of the four-letter name. And in legend, the high priest knew the correct pronunciation of the name and was only pronounced at one time a year in the holies of holies, and was only the high priest who did it. So I was just explaining from the extreme concept of idol worship that the attribution of any attribute, period, is idol worship. That's why I mentioned it. That God is in Hinduistic terms impersonal, that God is completely impersonal, completely beyond our understanding, and to ascribe our understanding to God in any form is possibly idol worship.
Okay. Well, that clarifies it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes
From the
sense.
gradations of believing that believing that like Jesus was God, or avatars in general, or even actually building an idol and serving the idol, to say idolatry of the mind. I mean, this in Ten Commandments, I make this comment quite often, that there's two commandments. There's there's to have another god before God, which and then there's an engraven image. And so the idol worship of having another god before God, the Kabbalist would say that that is not a physical sin. We are, it mentions an engraven image. So that's talking about a sin of the mind, and the sin of the mind of idol worship could be as small as the false attribution of any attribute to God. And, basically God is so great and unfathomable to the human mind that any attribute that isn't directly described in the prophets or the sages as acceptable could be borderline idol worship. So we say God is all kind, all loving, all merciful. That's ascribed in the scripture, but to ascribe on our own an attribute to God that some of the Kabbalists would say that's also idol worship. Just like Jesus or any pagan deity would be, because it's a false attribution of an attribute to God.
Okay. So that's what you just listed as a false attribution to what you would call a pagan deity, like Jesus or one of the Hindu deities. How is that more objectifying than saying that the fundamentals of reality are the Hebrew letters?
We're talking about the material realm. It's not an attribute of God, it's an attribute of the material realm. So saying the fundamental building blocks of the material realm are the Hebrew letters isn't an attribute about God, it's an attribute of the material realm.
Let's see. Is it just the tree? Is it just that because on that tree of life there are these 10 spheres of creation, right? And not all of them are of the material realm. And they
Judaism is
all
generally a religion of practice, not belief. And Warren, to delve too much into the nature of creation is recommended against, because we might fall into idol worship, and that it's not our job to understand the mechanisms of creations or the inner workings of the spiritual and material realm. It's our job to fulfill the commandments, to be good people, to do good and avoid bad. People recommend against learning Kabbalah because it's not necessarily going to help a primal directive of being good people, fulfilling the commandments, doing good actions, and it might cause us to, God forbid, sin into the sin of idol worship. And the Talmud gives the famous story of the four people who entered the Pardes, seeking for the secret wisdom of God, and only Rabbi Akiva, the teacher of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, comes out unharmed. One rabbi dies, one rabbi becomes a heretic, and forget with the other, but three of the rabbis have negative outcomes from trying to understand the true nature of how God interact, of God in the mysteries of God, and so it's generally, even Kabbalah is not recommended. That could cause more harm than good.
I see. That makes sense.
If you're philosophically minded, saying that, and also, I mean, they say that the philosophers versus the simple belief that in a situation like God forbid, historically, where the philosophers usually, if they were given the choice of convert or die, usually converted is where the people of simple belief, where God forbid, we're willing to be martyrs. You could look at that negatively, but you're saying that philosophy in and of itself isn't necessarily good either. Say what's the primal directive, and is philosophy a mystical understanding going to help or hurt the primal directive?
Okay. And
If you look at it from your perspective, if you think you have a primal directive, or what the role of philosophy and philosophy, understanding things better, could help you become a better person, could help you help other people, could help you explain things to other people. But everything has an up and downside, including Kabbalah philosophy, esoteric wisdom. So it's not like um, something that's even philosophy. A lot of the sages recommended against the study of philosophy, period, not just mysticism.
Okay. So, what again are you saying is the prime directive?
Well, from a Judaic point of view, is to follow the law. I mean, there are some laws of the heart, and including belief, like you should believe that there's one God, created the world, and you're from a Judaic belief, chose Moses. Chose the Jewish people, led us out of slavery in Egypt, and gave us the Torah at Mount Sinai. There's commandment to love and fear God, and to believe in the unity of God. But generally, belief is not. It's more focused on action than belief, and for Jews, there's a lot of laws and commandments, and for a Jew judging non-Jews, the judgment is more based on their moral and ethical character, how they treat other people, and their actions. So, if you're a non-Jew and you want to be a good person, you want to focus on moral, ethical behavior, like me and Jennifer call, the Hindu, the ahimsa principle, the non-harm principle, being very careful to not cause harm to other people, and being charitable, being philosophical, thinking about the nature of God is a good thing, but it's not universally good, because philosophy could actually be used negatively also. So that philosophy, you say, is like a tool; it's neutral, that could be equally used for good or bad.
I see. See all the virtue ethics and all the business about not harming, etc. That all sounds golden to me. I'm just not seeing how that ties into believing in God.
Well, because God, the nature of God is kindness. The essential attribute of Hashem, the four-letter name of God, is believed to be Chesed. There's the Hebrew song Olam Chesed Yibaneh. The world was built on kindness. So if you accept that from Scripture in Revelation, that the essential nature of God is kindness, and that's the essential thing that we should emulate. From a pure philosophical school, you could have, like an evil God, that. So philosophy is a neutral tool, and so you have the revelation, and one of the things that were revealed is that God is kind, and that's the essential nature. Maybe you could derive that purely from logic. In the Hebrew, there's called chukim and mishpatim, and it's believed that. So to say, had God not revealed and given the scripture through the prophets, that many of the things could have been derived materially through pure logic. And so, that is mentioned by many of the sages, and possibly kindness is the attribute of the creator, could be derived from pure logic, that you could look at the world and the nature of creation, and even though we see negative things and evil and suffering, that you could determine that the essential nature of the creator is kindness.
I see. So let me think if I understand what you are saying. You are saying that are you saying that the kindness that people do is evidence of the creator, or are you saying that the creator and
Creation itself.
Okay.
Like Abraham,
And you're
like,
saying
according to the tradition, Abraham was the first person to individually on his own recognize God. That it's possible that a single man like Abraham, without being revealed anything, could recognize God and say thank you, and many of the basic attributes that were given through Scripture. So that you might, you've heard of the Moses or the Scripture or the great traditions, the great sages, but that purely through logic and observation, that you could derive many of the basic principles, such as that God's essential nature is kindness from the creation itself.
okay. So I am not too sure about whether that can be derived by pure logic. That'll get into another long conversation. However, what I'm trying to figure out is you're placing one thing I noticed that a lot of theists do is, they'll talk about God and then, they'll say, well, they'll sort of throw the baby in with the bathwater. And they'll say, hey, you know what? You don't want to believe in God? You don't want to be a good person? That's on you. This is where I am not sold on God having any necessary effect on whether people can be a quote good person, whatever that means. So what you're talking about kindness, things like compassion, etc. What happens? I want to know: can people still embody those values without having any belief in God?
I would say theoretically yes, that although it's less likely that you could determine in your heart that from your understanding that there unquestionably, God forbid, there's no creator, there is no spiritual realm, there is no soul, there is no afterlife, there is no extra spiritual effect that makes any difference whether you're a good or bad person. Say at the end we're going to die, and that's going to be the end of us, and it's not going to make a difference whether you are the best or worst person in the world, but still make, and I said about karma that that in reality it's possible to cheat and harm people and get away with it. That there might be the law and enforcement mechanisms, but from the scientific point of view, that in reality you can cheat and harm people and get away with it. That you would still decide to be good. So like the Jesus principle, that you would accept suffering upon yourself for others. You would do good for no benefit to yourself. That's possible. In fact, the Talmudic, the sages say, "Let me be a servant that serves God, not for the sake of reward." There's many statements like that to say, like, we believe that God, like it's required, so to say, to believe that there is a God who rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, but a true servant of God does not do it for the sake of reward. In that sense, that even if I knew I was going to be punished and sent to hell and the worst things, I would still want to be a good person. So I would accept that possibly also, from that theological sense, that an atheist who determined that there's absolutely no benefit to themselves for being a good person might still possibly decide to be a good person.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't know if that's
okay,
what
some of
you're
that
asking.
makes sense.
But you're saying that if you're looking at there's absolutely no benefit to yourself for being a good person, and not saying that that's the implications of atheism, but even from this scenario, they say there's absolutely nothing good going to come to me from being a good person, but I'm still going to be a good person anyways.
Yeah.
How does atheism entail that there's some apathy towards moral norms? I don't see how atheism entails any of that.
Well, it doesn't necessarily, but saying that there's no religiously that like the Maimonides 13 principles, that we believe that there's a God who rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked. So when you're atheist, presumably there is no God, there is no extra spiritual factor that causes the righteous to be rewarded and the wicked to be punished. And whatever your atheism means, that if you don't believe in it, maybe you could have been a bad person and cheated and robbed and got away with it, maybe you could have been a good person and helped people out, and still bad things happened to you, and nobody ever rewarded you, and you got bad in return for good.
Yeah. So Doovid, um,
Yeah,
I wonder.
I don't see why,
Earth
an
leg
afterlife.
aspect, please.
Yeah.
Just cut him
Okay.
Yeah.
off twice.
So what I'm trying, I understand what you're saying, and to me, the Abrahamic religions that they emphasize and they champion themselves of living moral lives, but again, it seems like they only do so for this reward that they think they're going to get. Heaven, afterlife, etc. And to me, the people I know and have grown up around who actually believe that stuff, they carry around this burden of cognitive dissonance that like downgrades their intelligence several levels, and they're these incredibly difficult people to talk to, and it's all because they have basically thrown in with Pascal's wager so that they can have some big payoff in the afterlife, when in reality the values you're talking about, kindness, compassion, etc., they probably are more likely their own reward, and it's actually distraction if you try to cultivate your moral values because you want some big reward eventually. Like, you've heard the saying, you won't be punished for your anger, you'll be punished by your anger. Again, these values that you're talking about, kindness, they are not possessions or products of theistic religions, as what theists say. They are likely their own rewards, and there is no need for God to be involved with it at all, I would say.
Well, as I
In
said,
fact,
like
God in the afterlife is likely a distraction from actually embodying those morals in the first place.
the
How can you
sages
call a
say the
Christian?
sages agree with you and saying you should serve God not for the sake of reward. You should do it because it's the right thing. That to say that even if God wasn't going to reward me for being a righteous person, that I should be a righteous person. But that the sages factually say that the righteous are rewarded and the wicked are punished, and it comes down later as a doctrine. But it's saying no. I mean, like weak people serve God for the sake of reward. Righteous people serve God regardless of reward. But you're saying that factually that God created the world, that the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished.
Okay, I see what you're saying. They're saying that, someone ideally should serve God for, and, embody those values of kindness and compassion for no reward. But, why not save a step and simplify it? Like, why are we talking about God? I was saying we don't need God for kindness and compassion. That often, I think thus far, the idea of God has proven to be a huge distraction,
Do you need
not
God
just
or
metaphysically,
if you're
but
talking God like
ethically.
if you're talking God in terms of like a deity, a separate entity, um, but the spiritual realm, I would say that you probably need a spiritual realm. That if there's only the material realm, and certainly within evolution, you said that kindness is weakness, and it's a kill be world, and kindness is just dumb, and it decreases your chance of survival, and it goes against the essential animalistic norm. I say like Aristotle, form determines function, and if I'm a human animal, um, embrace the fact that I'm a human animal, and that kindness is not in my self-interest. I would say kindness almost necessitates a soul and a spiritual realm, and that's what I say you could logically derive from creation kindness only if you've logically derived that you have a soul, and that there is karma, action reaction, and that action reaction is meted out in the spiritual realm.
Or it could just be a mental state that you have. Like, I have a typical normative state that I ought to behave in a certain way, and I express that through my agency. Like, why can't it just be a non-physical state, but a non-soul state, like a mental state? Why can't goodness or whatever you were talking about, kindness. Why can't just be grounded in our minds, rather than this other thing that you want to posit, which is a soul?
If you put it like the ahimsa principle, and like, if there, what is the directive to not cause harm to other people? Why shouldn't I harm other people? God forbid. If you take a materialistic view that there's not a soul behind the other person, or there's not a God or some sort of system of karma,
Well,
action,
I'm not a
reaction,
moral
why shouldn't
realist,
you
but
harm other people?
well, I don't even agree with objective morality to begin with. But the point is that a naturalist might say that that they might take a teleological view, and they might say that the good thing to do is what's in the function of the thing in question, right? And there's different views. Someone might say that um, someone might take some view cherry picked from psychology, and I'm not even saying this is correct, but they might say that human beings are mostly cooperative, and we work in tribes, we work in collectives, and the collective kind of decides what would be the norm applied given their preferences. So they have the preference to, as you would hear people like Sam Harris say, they have the preference to maximize well-being while they find a way to do that given their collective agreements. I mean, I'm not in board with this. I think moral realism of all flavors is wrong, but I'm just saying what they could say as a response.
As a reason to avoid harming others?
They might take like a
If you look at like
negative utilitarian approach, and they might say that the most moral action is the one that decreases pain. Doesn't necessarily have to increase pleasure, just that they're focused on decrementing the amount of pain that an agent would experience.
I'm saying, why should, in a materialistic explanation, why should it care if I increase somebody else's pain as long as
Well,
it doesn't
I
increase my
agree,
pain?
right? But I think the same problem goes under any theistic view, right? Like there is no way to bridge the Izak gap on theism nor non-theistic views.
What are you saying? You have that there's an absolute system where there's a spiritual realm, like that there's a soul and other
No.
entities, and there's some sort of action reaction that if you increase that it's recorded. In the material realm, there's no recording. Like, okay, pain might hurt another person, but it doesn't hurt me.
I think
And
the
if I
the
cause pain to another
materialist,
person
yeah, but I
in
think
a materialist view, it doesn't. How does that
the
harm me?
materialist versus non-materialist paradigm is completely irrelevant to metaethics, right? Like even under a non-materialist paradigm, it doesn't follow from the
If you're saying
fact.
the essential motive is self-interest,
Wait. It doesn't
what objective
follow. It
standard should
doesn't
someone follow
follow. Hold on.
metaethics?
Hold on. It doesn't follow from the fact, even under a non-materialistic paradigm, that because there is this spiritual realm and because we have this deity that created us for a purpose, it doesn't follow from that descriptive fact that we ought to follow that deity or to follow his commands. Like the ought relation, it's not clear that's grounded well under theism.
You're saying because self-interest, that you're saying ought, meaning it's in your self-interest to do this, and you're saying because there's not a principle of why you should even act in your own self-interest?
No, I'm just saying that. Well, first of all, I take the
Uh,
view. I'm a moral anti-realist, so I don't think morality is objective to begin with. But the point is, the reason why I think that is that ultimately the norms, right, that you're talking about, like being a good person or being kind, they're ultimately going to be grounded in some hypothetical norm, right? That if something is the case, right, and you have a particular value in mind, therefore you ought to do Y, and Y would just be conducive to achieving your values. But there's no like mind independent fact of the matter. There's no objective fact of the matter. It would just be agents expressing their mental states and saying that, oh, because I have this mental state of what ought to be, that therefore there is a relation in the external world that shows what is, like a property of goodness, they might say. But for like an anti-realist, that's like the agent confusing their own desires with how the world is. They're projecting their desires onto the external world. And that's what I would argue is conflationary. Did he leave? Maybe it's a
Projecting
connection.
desires on the external world. I guess it's probably going to come right
Yes.
back. But what is that specific to?
Darth, why'd you run him off? You ran him off, Darth.
That's Hume's view. Maybe a connection issue. Don't think I'm always the bad guy. I'm not Billie Eilish. The point is
you ran him off.
You
It's
were
your
going
fault,
to
dude.
launch into a logical series of arguments
well,
about how
I'm
the one
sorry. I'm
predicts
sorry.
morality.
I am sorry if he ran away because I was explaining my view. I'm sorry.
Apology rejected.
Okay, go fuck yourself. The point is, I just hate it when theists just say this garbage over and over again, just because it is the case that we're created for a purpose, and it is the case that there is a spiritual realm. It doesn't follow deductively from an inference, therefore we ought to do that very thing, right?
Nope, it definitely doesn't.
It
I
definitely
agree.
doesn't. And it doesn't.
Yeah.
Theism suffers from the same problem atheistic moral realism does. All of them suffer from this.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing that rubs me wrong, and this is a little bit less of a formal philosophical thing, and it's
That
just
was
how
Mr. Badman. If that was Mr. Badman, I would have just gone totally off on him. I would say, "Hey, listen, punk."
Yeah. What frustrates me is how theists try to commandeer kindness and whatever the heck that means, kindness and compassion. They're like, oh, okay, don't want to believe in God? Okay, great. If you don't want to be kind and live a good life and be a good person, that's your choice. It's like, whoa,
Most
okay.
theists I know are assholes, right? Even if they might have a dosastic attitude, right, towards the proposition theism generates moral values such as kindness. They can have a dosastic attitude towards that proposition, but I doubt that most of them exude that.
Yeah. Well, and I wanted to give you a turn, but what I would have said about his whole, without a soul and this and that, and if only, hey, there you are. Is he back?
Okay. Yeah, he's back.
Someone pull the tractor beam, suck him up on stage.
There's absolutely no way he would have given up at this point. I mean, he's just getting warmed up.
Okay.
Server, and I guess
we're
it
only
bounced me.
3 hours and 45 minutes into this.
T-Jump emailed me, and I joined his server, and I guess somehow that bounced me. But,
yeah, so T-Jump is always looking for theists to offset his atheist echo chamber and to generate slight controversy. So, yeah.
I'm not sure the last part I said.
Go do that.
If you just wanted to say what you believe, or you wanted my systematic understanding of self-interest and the conclusions of a spiritual realm related to karma, action, reaction, harming other people, versus there not being a spiritual realm that deals with action, reaction, harming other people, and in terms of self-interest, that if you accept some sort of self-interest principle, or even without self-interest, some sort of objective moral good or bad standard that may or may not include punishment, then the role of something like the ahimsa principle or non-harm, that what could you derive, I mean, possibly in both systems, but is it more likely in a materialistic system that you would derive that it's okay or even beneficial to harm other people, as opposed to a spiritualistic system would be more likely that you would derive that it's not in your self-interest to harm other people, or even that it's objectively bad.
Okay. Were you sorry? Was that for me or was that for Darth?
If you're both in disagreement, I guess Darth was the last person I was hearing on.
Okay, Darth. Yeah, I'll let you complete your whole thought, and then I want to talk again in a minute when you're done. Okay.
Well, I would, since this is more like an AMA.
I mean, if you want to explain your own philosophy or set up like a debate or something like that.
Well, I mean, I just take the view that it's not very clear because there's going to be different views, right, about what constitutes moral objectivity and how people ground norms. I would like to ask you, like, do you take, like, since I'm assuming that you're a moral realist and a theist as simultaneously, do you take like a divine command theory approach, right? That something is right because God commands it to be so? Do you take like a Craigian Adams view that goodness is just like a synthetic property within God, and that just means that goodness just equates to God's nature, or like natural teleological view that things are good if they perform a certain end or a function? Like, which is your perspective on moral realism?
I would take like a dualistic realm, that there was a factual way that a karma, like was set up, and there is a factual understanding of action reaction. Possibly, how that came into being. I have my diagrams on like the deity, the origin of the spiritual realm, and the creation of the spiritual realm. But to say the structure currently that we're under is that it's a fabric of reality, that there is action, reaction, and karma, and so to say, in the way that the righteous are rewarded, the wicked are punished, that is built into reality. And exactly how that came to being was because God commanded it that way. I mean, the Bible used that God said, and it was that God said, let there be light, and there was light. It doesn't say like God created a moral system and there was a moral system, but it would probably be in that nature, that that's just the way God created things. How God went about creating that is beyond our understanding and knowledge. In the material realm, we're too limited to have answers to those questions. We have the revelation of the prophets and sages, pure logic, the experience, sense experience, the experience of the mind, and the soul. But that's probably beyond our ability to understand. But I'd say it's a systematic fact, and it's built into the system, and exactly like the multiple truth hypothesis, exactly how karma works. There's multiple karmatic systems even within Judaism. The Kabbalist, there are multiple different variations of karmatic systems. I mean, they're largely similar within Judaism, but there's definitely different Kabbalists that have different understandings of how karma works, or exactly what does it mean to be righteous, and what does it mean to be wicked, and what is exactly reward and punishment, let alone different spiritual systems, different traditions that might have vastly different understandings of how karma works, what is reward, what is righteous, what is wicked, as compared to atheism, single systems, monism, atheistic systems, where you might, generally I would argue against atheism that you could derive a moral system from an atheistic world. But that's an argument. It's possible
Depends. I
you're an
mean,
atheist and you think you could derive a moral system. So I mean, we could debate that. But
oh, of course, yeah. Well, I was
um,
just taking because
but I mean, definitely within
interesting.
atheism, there's multiple schools that do claim to derive some sort of moralistic realms from a purely materialistic understanding.
And T-Jump.
Well, it's not. I'm an atheist, but I don't consider myself a materialist. But I'm just curious. Um, Like, were you always a theist? Did you were you ever an atheist, or did you ever consider leaving the faith for some reason? I'm sorry if that's a personal
Well, I said
question.
earlier I was atheist and I was always Jewish. From like once my mother told me I was Jewish, I was Jewish leanings. I had a bar mitzvah. Even when I've done Hindu practices, I always did that in addition or to my Judaism, never as a replacement. Although I was an atheist in high school, and because Judaism is kind of like an ethnicity and a religion, that it did like so. When I was atheist in high school, I was still very Jewish and active in Judaism, and I went to synagogue and studied text. But I did have a period in high school for 3 or 4 years where I was even an open. I mean, probably just 2 years where probably after I learned evolution and some philosophy, maybe after puberty, I had like 2 years, 3 years where I was atheist, but I was an atheist Jew that I still identified as a Jew and still participated in going to synagogue and Jewish rituals, even though I was an open atheist.
All right. For that.
That's over 20 years. So like since I went to Israel at 18, I experienced God. I've learned how to pray, and I've never went back to atheism. Like in the mindset, I remember I get periods where my belief is weaker, but I've consistently prayed. So since the time I've been 18, like I pray every day, and like I was saying earlier, that I understand my consciousness to come from the spiritual realm. So that has never changed in my adult life. I remember being a materialist atheist in high school, but for my whole adult life, I've generally understood that I have a soul, and even in periods where maybe my behavior wasn't as good as it should have been, or I've been weaker in my belief, I always understood my consciousness to derive from my soul, and that prayer works.
Okay. I want to say something. So you mentioned that you don't see a way to ground morality without theism or a spiritual realm, and you throw into the mix the idea of karma as a sort of moral cause and effect. Can you tell me, when you talk about karma, what are you saying are the consequences, the moral consequences of our actions?
So there's theological distinctions we mentioned, like theism and believing in a spiritual realm, because like as a Jew, Hasidic philosophy, I understand there to be a God that rules over both the spiritual and material realm. In Hebrew, there's the Olam HaGashmias and the Olam HaRuchnias, and God is considered the ruler of both of those realms. So if you like the philosophical distinction of there being a God that's the ruler of both of those realms, versus purely philosophically, where you could believe in a spiritual realm without believing in a God. And I mentioned the ancient world, that atheism did not mean that you didn't believe in the spiritual realm. Atheism mean that you didn't believe in the deity. So I believe in the spiritual realm and deity. But if we're talking pure logic, where we're not talking about the deity, we're just talking about the spiritual realm. So I would say logically that karma implies that, like as I talked to Ben Watkins, I'm going to be talking with him on Sunday, that there's an event that occurs, and the event has dual implications to the spiritual and material realm. So say if I interact nicely with other creations, I cause harm or good, that's a material event. Like someone could be injured, you could cause an injury to a person's body, or the words could leave my mouth and the words could be considered injurious to another person, cause them psychological pain, and how we understand that, if that's a material or a spiritual harm. But either way, that there's an event, and the event has a material consequence and the event has a spiritual consequence. And the spiritual consequence is what we're going to call karma. So there's, material law. Karma could also be used to refer to material action reaction. And but in terms of like the reward for the righteous, the punishment for the wicked, um, like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. If I help out a person and there's no witnesses and there's no way for that person to pay me back, like if I take a walk and there's a random person who asks me for help and I give them $1 and I never see that person again, or you could make the scenario, like even, like the person dies and that I can't even prove that I helped them and I can't get back what I helped them because they died. There's no way that they're ever going to be able to pay me back. But in the spiritual realm, there's still a recording that I did that, and there's action reaction that like in accounting. So Judaism generally, the Hebrew sages. I mean Judaism. I say like I was an atheist Jew. Judaism is also like ethnicity, and there's Israel and Zionism. I mean like the classical Hebrew sages generally have like a double ledger accounting understanding of spirituality, where every good deed gets recorded in the book and tallied up and repaid, and every bad deed gets tallied up in a book and repaid. And then I said there's multiple systems just within the Hebrew sages about is there crossover between the good and the bad. Does it mean if I do a bunch of good, I'm going to get repaid the good, and if I do a bunch of bad, I'm going to get repaid the bad? But is there cancellation between good and bad? That's disputed among spiritualists, and not just Judaism. We're talking completely philosophical, separate from any given tradition. Just if there's a spiritual realm, and the spiritual realm records good actions and bad actions, and it's a nature of the spiritual realm that good gets repaid and bad gets repaid. What goes around comes around. If I cheat and wrong people, I'm going to get cheated and wronged. If I'm good and kind to people, people are going to be good and kind to me. But from the dualistic understanding, it's because there's a factual, spiritual science, scientific rules of how the spiritual realm works, and karma is factual. You did good, you have good coming to you. You did bad, you had bad coming to you. And these are like immutable scientific laws. And, so that's how I would understand it, and even argue against atheism, that I argue that you can't have good and bad without some sort of separate realm, because there's an event where you did something and it had a material consequence, but good and bad aren't material phenomenon. And so if there's not a separate realm that records good and bad and meets out good and bad, then presumably you can't have karma like that. And then the interaction of the interplay between the material realm, that like providence, like okay, I helped someone out when they were in their time of need, even for no sacred reward. Someone was in need and I helped them and didn't ask for anything in return. So God worked it out that when I was in a situation where I was in need, that there was someone there to help me out, and that that there would be some sort of interplay between the material and spiritual realm that's beyond our ability of humans to know. That I know as a believer that there is a spiritual realm. Good is recorded and paid back, bad is recorded and paid back, but the exact interplay of how that works is beyond our understanding.
All right. So, okay, you covered a lot of ground there. The idea of karma being a scientific fact, I don't know if that's something you were
A factual event. Like when you do an action, that it's an event and it has an imprint in the spiritual realm, like it's an event. You did something good and it caused a change in the spiritual realm, and that is a factual like science, that this event that you did something good or bad didn't just have a material consequence, it had a spiritual consequence, and that will bear out consequences according to what we'll call scientific logical principles in the spiritual realm, in a similar way to material consequences in the material realm.
Okay. So again, still, so what I'm seeing is you're saying that we need, as a necessity, to have morals. We need this spiritual realm. We need the idea of karma, that good will be repaid with good and bad will be repaid with bad, and all this sort of ties up into the idea of a God. And I'm saying I still
Well,
don't
I'm
think it's
separating
necessary.
God. Like we're not talking God now. I'm just
Yeah.
talking about the spiritual
Well,
realm. We could tie
okay.
God into it, but I'm saying for the event to occur, that if there's only a material realm, um, good and bad, how is it recorded into the
I know.
physical
Yeah.
event? Like
Okay.
you could
Well,
have in your mind, like my mind interpreted the event as good or bad, but you like an event, like you did a person a favor. They were sick and in need, and no one else was helping them, and you helped them, or God forbid the opposite and harm. That is that action good or bad, and is there some sort of record that it was good or bad?
okay. And I'm saying, who knows if there's a record? And we don't need one, because if you take, let's say you were a solipsist, and you don't know if you're maybe just a brain in the vat, but if you take if you take like some other idea where everything is always about consequences or whether you're going to be repaid for your actions. I'll tell you, I've grown up around Christians who they 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 are, some of them are very devout towards their afterlife, and so everything they're doing, all of their supposed virtuous actions, are this performance that is incredibly disingenuous and dishonest feeling, and it actually just seems very lacking in authenticity. Whereas if you, uh, let's say you were just a solipsist and eventually it snapped, like you came to understand, like, the idea that I threw out earlier, you won't be punished for your anger, you'll be punished by your anger. Uh, Even a solipsist can come to understand that. But like, they can be like, oh, the more self-absorbed my actions are, the more they hurt people. So it doesn't need to be a oh, I need some axiomatic system that ties into some metaphysical stuff about karma, in order to know whether or not I should hurt people. And how do I reconcile this with self-interest? No, you should just realize that, certain ways of thinking, they hurt you and they hurt other people. And you could be a solipsist and believe this, and you don't need any idea of karma. You don't need any God. In fact, I'll say, ideas of karma, like being repaid, and ideas of God and going to some afterlife, those are what lead you to contrived and performative behavior, where you're basically a dog who's only sitting if you'll be given a doggy biscuit, which is what I'd say most Abrahamic religious people are doing. Like, ultimately, that's why I don't trust most people of Abrahamic religions on a moral level, because I know they're only acting so that they can get their Pascal's wager payoff one day. It means they haven't done the proper introspection to realize that no, it's not don't hurt people so you can go to heaven. It's don't hurt people because that is the result of certain ways of thinking that are also hurting yourself, that basically cause you to live in confusion. So I'm really, I always have to push back when I see theists trying to commandeer kindness and compassion, because it's, and I'll also say, you use the idea of karma a lot, especially in a way in a way that you wish to sort of establish a certain metaphysical system that you say is the only way to have morals. But karma is used by Hinduism and also other religions that are literally atheistic. And, they have their ways of establishing their morality. So, yeah, I'm really not seeing how. I'm not seeing the case you're making, where we need this spiritual realm, karma, this payback system, uh, in order to have morals. Because if you do take the idea that you won't be punished by your anger, you'll be punished. You won't be punished for your anger. You'll be punished by it. That's more of an internal approach. That is how you come to realize, oh yeah, my habitual thought patterns, my reactionary thought patterns, those are causing me confusion and basically to live like a crazy person. Oh, and it hurts people, you know. that to me, that there's no God needed for that, and that when you turn around and you overcome those ways of thinking, naturally it goes in a different direction, and there's no metaphysical statements needed for that direction. So, yeah, I'm not seeing how morality it needs a necessity of these metaphysical presuppositions that you're talking about.
Well, I would give logical arguments. I use the term karma because, I mean, in Hebrew, generic, because I think these are generic understandings, and it's my understanding of how the world operates, whether you believe or understand it or not. So, in my opinion, I don't need to convince you of anything. You're subject to these rules, whether you like it or not. So that you have your own relationship with God, and it's not between me and you; it's between you and God. And saying if we don't come into conflict, God will be your judge. I don't need to stand in your way. But like what the correct understanding of Hinduism in terms of dualism, or if you want to abstract this to philosophy, like in Hebrew, the terms are skarva onish, which is reward and punishment. They don't use the term karma, because I stream with Jennifer, who is not Jewish, and we have overlap in interest in Hinduism. I usually describe these concepts in the Sanskrit Hindu terms. The general Hebrew theology, like the that everything we do is recorded, that every action we do, every speech, every thought, every heart of our desire is recorded and known to God and judged. So it's a factual event that you, me, Jennifer, anybody watching now, that we have the language of the Kabbalists, they call the garments of the soul, is thought, speech, and action, so that that we're constantly record that all that's recorded, every speech, thought, or action we ever do is recorded and judged, and those have some sort of moral consequence, that those are meted out, and exactly how that's done, how the sages lay it out. So I say it's a factual occurrence from my understanding, that everything from the day you were born that you've thought, said, or did, every desire of your heart is recorded in a book, so to say, metaphorical book. It's in the spiritual realm and known to God, and we are judged according to this. That so you could take it or leave it. Like, I'm not trying to convince you of this. You're asking me questions. If you're trying to, like, convince me I'm wrong or something, that's fine. But I'm saying that's my understanding. I believe that that's a factual way that the material realm operates. If I'm speaking to other people from different traditions or religions that understand the world in a different way, that we could universalize these understandings. And so if you look at it on a factual basis, that event just occurred, you just thought, said, or did something, and so I'm saying those events are factually recorded and they're forever.
Okay,
And
so just to clarify,
that
I
they
want to
make
clarify.
a determination for what's going to happen in the future, not in the way of like material physics, but in a moral realm, and that is done in what I'm calling the spiritual realm.
Okay, so just to clarify, I'm not trying to convince you that you're wrong about these theories or God. The only thing I'm trying to say is that it's overreaching for the theist. Two things: it's overreaching for them to say that you can't establish morality without theism. So that is definitely not the case for a number of reasons. One of them is, like what Darth pointed out, is the is-ought gap. Even if there was a God, even if we knew there was a God, we still wouldn't be able to generate morality from it. The other thing is, what you're saying is, I can bolster my beliefs by saying that they're factual. That doesn't really do anything. So for you to say that something's recorded in a book and it's factual, there's I'll tell you what's factual. There's no scientific or logical argument that can tell you for sure that is factual. That's going to be something that's going to be untestable and theoretical. However, I'm not trying to convince you that that's not the case. The only thing I'm trying to tell you is that theists cannot claim to have some the necessary preconditions for morality. That is something that on a formal level can't even be established.
The
So yeah,
preconditions. Well, the preconditions necessitate that there's a recording, a tally of actions. So if we just look in the material realm, like I just said, that whatever, not in your own memory, but whatever you've done, thought, or said is known for future judgment of, so to say, determination of was it good or bad. Someone in the chat is, making fun of like Santa Claus. He knows when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake, he knows when you're good or bad. But for some sort of judgment that these are factually recorded. So we're just establishing from a material realm that I would argue that these can't be recorded in the material realm. That, so if you're going to say that there is no actual factual tally, like, God forbid, if there was, like a murder, like a decade ago, and, there some evidence, but we don't really know, there's a little bit of evidence and, or some sort of crime, and, but you can't turn time back and factually know what happened. You could piece together evidence, you could have some sort of, conclusion, and even so to say the sins of our hearts that, like that we were lustfully desiring or angry or something. There's no evidence, and maybe our memory is faulty. That if you're a believer in a spiritual realm, they're saying there's factually a recording of these things. They exist. They're an actual event and phenomenon that could be objectively have an effect on what happens in the future. That besides for some sort of material, like
You
evidence.
explain how you drew this conclusion that our acts are being recorded in some spiritual realm. Can I ask, like, how you came to this conclusion?
Well, I mean, I was taught that from my religion, but I would say that, like I said, the mind, the eyes, spirituality say that our mind is a product of the spiritual realm, and that our mind could not only observe the spiritual realm, the physical realm, but the mind could also observe the spiritual realm. So that my
okay,
mind.
Doovid, can I say something real quick? For you to say I was taught that from my religion, that's okay. That's okay if you believe what you were taught, but it's a little bit naive and overreaching to then turn around and say anyone who doesn't hold these views cannot establish morality. I mean, it's a whole world out there,
Well, I didn't say I said that. I said, because I was saying that I think you could be. There's plenty of other spiritual traditions. There's atheists who claim to, but I'm questioning one thing, that you need an accurate record of events, and I'm saying that the material realm doesn't give you a record of these events. That if it's just the material realm, time has changed, something happened in the past, and we can't really know what happened in the past, let alone to judge it. And I've seen systems, but even generally, I'm skeptical that a material system. And so, like, no, it's not, maybe I could have came up with these things on my own. I'd say it's possible. I would, thank God I was taught them, and they sound logical and reasonable to them. I've been doing interfaith, speaking with people for decades now. I know a lot of traditions that generally have a similar understanding of a material and spiritual realm, and that good and bad karma, the record of events, is a phenomenon of the spiritual realm. So if you're a materialist, I'm asking you one thing materially before we even get to good or bad or morals, to establish how can you accurately have a record of what happened in just the material realm.
Are you asking that to me?
To establish morality, saying first You need to actually establish what happened to establish morality.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm not a materialist. Okay. The one thing I've noticed about theists and atheists is that they've sort of traumatized each other to the point to where they only see a caricature of the opposition. So
I'm
most
talking
theists,
hypothetical logic, like just the logic of conflicting understandings of the world. So I don't have to put like a name or religion or tradition. I'm talking pure metaphysics of axioms and the implications of those axioms.
okay, yeah, and so I'm saying your hypothetical may not even apply to me because I'm not a materialist.
I don't even care if it applies to you. 'Cause I'm not even. I'm talking about ideas, not you.
Okay, all right.
I didn't even ask you what your personal. I mean, I was on the stream with you the AMA the other day, but I didn't even ask you what your personal belief is. I'm talking about abstract ideas.
Okay.
And what you personally believe, to some extent, unless you're asking me to, because you want to tell me your beliefs and want to know what I think about your beliefs, for the purpose of the conversation, I don't even care what you believe. We're talking about abstract ideas.
Okay. So, okay. Well, then I misunderstood because I thought you asked a hypothetical about, as a materialist, how are you going to establish, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, and I asked if that was to me. So I misunderstood.
I mean, it's probably too long and complicated for. I mean, like if you're not part of like a simple like tradition or school, it's going to be too complicated for you to explain your belief system. I was just, if we're talking abstract ideas and like my multiple truth hypothesis, my understanding, one thing of morality, that I'm deriving. I'm a spiritualist. I believe in a dualism and a separate spiritual realm. I also believe in a deity. Um, and I would look at that like a triad system, that there's a material realm and a spiritual realm, and God rules over both of them. That God is not the spiritual realm. God is the deity that's separate from both, or the origin of both the spiritual and the material realm. So so for the sake of what we're talking about, good and bad, that we haven't even got to the deity now, because the deity, we're talking more about the origin, the creation, the cosmology, that I would understand this is the system that exists as is, that karma is a fact. There is action reaction from my understanding. There's also a deity, and maybe we'll get to the deity, but if we can't even establish the spiritual realm, then getting to the deity is maybe too complicated or a separate realm. So if you're just looking like an event, that an event happened, um, is there a record of it? And so I say, as a spiritualist, yes, there's a record in the spiritual realm that records certain aspects of events that's in there in perpetuity, even though in the material realm that the event is an object of the past and no longer exists, and the record of it is only in our minds. The record in the material realm isn't something factual.
Wait, so you said the record is in our minds?
God forbid, like, okay, I had a grandmother and a grandfather, and all my grandparents have passed away at this point. I believe, like, factually, at some point, I had a grandparents, but this point, their bodies have returned to the ground. The carbon cycle, what was of them, no longer exists. So I have memories, and maybe there's factual imprints of things. Okay, they built a house or acquired certain possessions, that, or maybe people even still remember them, or they got, they had possessions and I inherited some of them. But the factual record of, they say they no longer exist. There is no reality of these people anymore. They're an object of the past and are no longer reality. But in the spiritual realm, I would say that no, there's a permanent record, that everything my grandparents did, thought, that is a permanent record in the spiritual realm, because the spiritual realm doesn't operate according to time in the same way as the material realm. So in the material realm, the fact like time ticks forward and the past is the past and no longer exists. So for morals, karma, good and bad, I would put it as an axiom that you need some outside of time recording of events and a value given to them, like in a Judaic, as I tell Jennifer, like money is karma. That the simplest understanding of money is karma, and so like this event, you got so much money in your bank account, or you had so much money taken out of your bank account is the most simplest way to understand karmatic events. And in the material realm, that this external spiritual bank account of good deeds being put in and bad deeds taking out uh, doesn't exist.
Hmm. I see. I see.
If you want to say logically from a materialistic perspective, that you could still have this like bank account of good deeds adding up and accruing, and bad deeds, that I would you know think that the axioms of a materialistic world, and then if you want to talk about how does the spiritual and material realm interact, what is the nature of the spiritual realm, there's like time in the spiritual realm um, has to operate, can't function the same way in the material realm. The material realm goes forward, and the world that existed in the past no longer exists, and we have the current world as is. And but the spiritual realm has doesn't function in the same way of time. So you have an accrual of good deeds and bad deeds, and then some sort of interaction of this credit, so to say, that's accrued in the spiritual realm, where you did do good deeds a year ago, and now, even though the material realm is different, and that event that happened a year ago disappeared and doesn't exist, that the spiritual realm has a record of this event, and it could come back in, and so you could cash in that good karma that you accrued in a previous time.
Yeah. Well, I'll say, even though I disagree with theists, I think it's better.
Theist would imply that there's a god, like a deity that I could do a ritual or pray, and that god, karma doesn't, like you said, like Buddhism, some form of Hinduism, you don't need a separate deity to believe in karma. Karma is just saying that there's a factual spiritual realm and accrual of good and bad. A deity, as a theist, I say not only that, there's a god that I could pray to that could supersede these rules. So I mean, that's if you keep on adding theism, and so that's your first, what's the material realm, what's the spiritual realm, and what's the role of the deity, what's the role of theism, and theism, some sort of extra power that's separate from the spiritual realm that could intercede in not only the material realm but the spiritual realm.
Okay. Okay. The only reason I said you were a theist, and maybe you're not.
No,
Is
I'm a theist. Well, I say
okay.
I'm a theist, so I'm separating that it's like a tripartite system. We have the material realm, the spiritual realm, and the deity. And the deity is separate not only of the material realm and but also of the spiritual realm. So to say, like, karma is like a scientific fact, like gravity. You do a good deed, it's recorded, and you accrue good karma, and good things come and bad things. But the deity is separate from the karmatic system, and the deity could, so to say, supersede the natural rules of karma.
Okay. I see.
So you could
Well,
be like a Buddhist who doesn't believe in a deity but still believes in karma, and saying there is no uh, power that could supersede the rules of karma. Like you can't pray really hard, or even things like repentance. That, like, like Judaism has a concept of repentance, and so I could do really bad things, and somehow that the karma that I accrued, that means that I have to be punished for these bad things, could be wiped out, and that is done through the power of this external deity that is not bound by the rules of the spiritual realm.
okay. Yeah. Well, I guess what I'll say is, even though I'm not a theist, I think I have more respect for a theist who is focused on virtue ethics than a theist who is just crossing their fingers hoping to be saved one day from this confusing world, because those people end up ultimately just being completely self-serving. So yeah, I think it's good that you're mainly focused on virtue ethics. It's I disagree about maybe how we establish them, but those are trifles in my opinion. So thanks for answering my questions. And
Yeah, sure. Thanks for talking. And so I tend to, like, God judges people, not me. And in terms of the necessity for me judging people, that it's generally based on interaction, based on historic performance, reputation, and like the person could be a bad person but good to me. The person could be a good person but bad to me, and it might be judge that, but that you have to judge a person on their track record and certain things. Like I believe that there is a God and a larger judgment, but they're not applicable to me. So in that realm, your belief system, to some extent, like I don't judge people on their belief systems. I judge people on their track record of interaction, and so I'm not sure if you're saying you're largely judging people on, like you said, their belief system or on their track record of interaction. Like if a person's good to you, moral and ethical, but they have a good, or based on their track record, or if you're going to try to determine their belief system and judge them on their belief system independently of their track record, or you're going to try to put both together where have some sort of track record and their actions and behaviors, and also in parallel with your judgment of their belief system.
oh, yeah, again, there's kind of a lot there. Can you simplify that?
Just
sorry.
hypothetically, you have a person's track record of actions and their belief system. So let's say you have some accurate information about the track record of how this person has interacted with you, or their general societal interaction, and you also have your belief system. So I'm saying I don't judge people on their belief system. I judge people on their track record, most specifically their track record with me, but also their general track record with larger society, and their belief system. For conversation, for interesting conversation, debate, dialogue is interesting, but in terms of how I judge them, I don't judge them on their belief system. I judge them on their actions.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, you're agreeing with that?
I do agree.
You're
I do agree with that.
you say, okay, like I could have a good friend, and we don't talk about beliefs because judge them on their track record, and I could have another person I don't really like that much, but we have good conversations. So it could be like belief systems are important for philosophy, but in terms for human interaction and also judgment, does your judgment matter? Does your judgment matters for your own action? And then, if I've had this argument before in the past: are ideas or belief systems dangerous? Can a person believe in crazy, dangerous things, but be a well-behaved, undangerous person? Or do you think that there's more of a connection? And so,
yeah, I would say I don't think ideas themselves are intrinsically dangerous. It's really about how the person implements them. So again, this kind of maybe goes back to the track record that you're talking about, and de-emphasizes the belief system itself. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It was nice talking. I'm probably going to hop off for now.
Thanks for all your questions. Really appreciate it.
No
Talk
problem.
to you soon.
Yep. Nice talking to Doovid.
You too. Hopefully, we'll talk again.
Got a bunch of audience questions, or do you want to wrap up? I mean, we've been going for 4.5 hours. Wow. Heroic length of stream.
I guess if you got some more question, we'll keep on going. I guess.
Right. I get to do the ends justify the means? I mean, feel free to skip these. There's sort of a lot of offhanded ones, like half of them are from Tinkle Tink. If anyone still wants to come up, just feel free to raise your hand or hop up. In the meantime, sure, dudes.
It's a tough
Still got
question.
some
The ends
energy.
justify the means. It's like, I mean, yes and
It's too
no.
abstract. Like it would take a while to sort of get into it. So we could skip it if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
want
you
to
need
go
the
to the
multiple
next one.
truth hypothesis, and that's why I was trying to drill down this understanding of an event. That you have an event that's absolutely recorded, and so the ends do not necessarily justify the means. That if you accrue bad karma within the action, even if the outcome is positive, that if it's factually that you did bad in the process, that's recorded in perpetuity and factored into the karma, and then so that you have, even among the Kabbalists, you have conflicting karmatic systems of how the double ledger accounting works. Is the accruement of good karma and bad karma, do they cancel each other out, or are they purely separate ledgers where bad karma has to be punished and good karma rewarded, and you can't trade your good karma for bad karma? And then especially like with the ahimsa principle, if you harmed other people. So I mean, it's an important question of the ends justifying the means. That's why I wanted to drill down, go into detail about that there's an actual event and it has a factual recording, and all aspects of all events are recorded and have a reaction to them. And that I would say this argument against atheism, so to say, that almost necessitates a spiritual realm, that this recording of events has to happen in the non-material realm. And if you're a materialist, then it's going to be very difficult to explain how moral events or good and bad is recorded.
Feel like a puppet on a string. So from Tinkle.
I like those Hindu pictures, like of that we are kind of like puppets
Three
on
fates.
strings. Well, the strings being the gunas, the three gunas, and really those are like the Maya being made up of illusion, goodness, and passion, and so those gunas are the puppet masters, and the strings that pull us.
I thought you'd like that one. I don't know if this is too vague again, but George asked, what do you think this realm is?
Listen, there's two distinct realms. There's a material realm and the spiritual realm. So I, the material body, exist in the material realm, and I, my personality, my soul, my essence, exists in the spiritual realm. And presumably the material realm is temporal, and the spiritual realm is permanent, although in some understandings, like Kabbalist, or the spiritual realm could also be temporal, but it's still more permanent than the material realm. And like I was saying, that the spiritual realm, in order to record and have this accrual and accounting, doesn't function in the same matter of time. That the material realm functions under a time function where there's only one material realm. The material realm of the past doesn't exist anymore, as where the spiritual realm doesn't operate in the same manner or function or react to time in the same way as the material realm. But I mean, these are very complicated, and multiple truth hypothesis, because even among the sages, for the workings of the spiritual realm or even the material realm, there's so many alternative hypotheses, and to understand what the differences in the axioms would apply practically in the conclusions, or how that might affect the inner workings of karma. That saying we're just Judaically we're required to believe that righteousness is rewarded and wickedness is punished, even though we should desire to be righteous for its own sake. but exactly how that process occurs is not important. For the important is to try to be righteous and avoid being wicked, not to understand the intricacies of how God runs the world.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to first time you ever went on one of these dumpster fire shit streams, what advice would you give yourself?
Be a better person. Like maybe be more careful of my words. But no, I don't think there's no time machine. Karma's factual, so God forbid the bad, the mistakes I did, I'll have to suffer the negative consequences. So, just take a self-improvement process. And, so I entered the arena. I knew when I entered the arena, like, like there's going to be a lot more mistakes. It's easier to limit mistakes when you are less active, but, sometimes Dharma, you got to enter the arena. And so, like I'm willing to accept. I mean, it doesn't matter whether I'm willing to accept it or not. Like factually, if I accrued bad karma, like I'll be punished for that. I believe in the deity. I say the prayers that God could help me. That even though it's a fact that I did bad things, I deserve to be punished. Like that bad karma is accrued. That I do believe in the deity, and that the deity has the effect to transcend and limit my bad karma.
Thanks for that. I guess we'll just go with one last one. Or maybe it's an open-ended question. It was one of my questions, and you hadn't really mentioned it. I was wondering if you saw a connection between the fact that atheism is essentially a negative axiom and the problems that you see that it leads to.
Yeah,
The fact that it's
atheism.
negative being the cause of the problems, essentially. I'm wondering if you believe that.
I mean, by definition, it's a denial of the deity, and so it is a negative axiom. But I mean, it's a useful understanding to say you're rejecting the deity, and so just as a philosophical, I'm saying Moses and the sages and the spiritual realm, and atheism, doesn't technically mean the rejection of the spiritual realm. It means the rejection of the deity. But I mean, it's a useful terminology, and it's a useful demarcation of a person's belief system.
Hey, well, I guess we'll wrap it up if there's no more hands raised. And
Because you put Hasidic Jew. Let me end with a chant, and like anyone knows anything about Hasidic Jews, we're most famous for our chants. And so that Hare Krishna, I said there was their ecstatic, their serious, their chanting, that was the most interesting to me, and how seriously they take prayer, and what role does chanting play? Is it a factual effect in karma, or is it a plea to the deity to go around the rules of the karma? So these words come from the end of Hallel, the special praises to God on special days like Hanukkah and the new moon, and the words are Ki lecha tov lahodos l'shimcha noah l'zamer kime oilam v'yad oilam ata el. For to you it is fitting that we give thanks, and unto your name it is proper to sing praises. From this world to the world to come, you are God. So in mentioning that, to say, okay, we could derive even from pure logic. Okay, like thank God I found the sages. My mother taught me some, my parents taught me some basic stuff. And but even if we weren't taught anything, say, okay, recognize we have a creator, and it's good to thank our creator and to sing praises from because that God the deity is the God of this world and the next world. That could be understood in multiple ways, but the God of God now will be the God in the future, or if you're looking in the material realm, that the God of the spiritual realm, my soul eventually leaves my body. This tune comes from the Sklener Rebbe. Ki l'cha tov l'hodos, u'lashem kano l'zamer, u'lashem kano l'zamer. Ki l'chu tov l'hodos, u'lashem kano l'zamer. Ki mi yoylam v'yad oilam matel. Ki mi yoylam v'yad oilam matel. Ki l'chavot tov l'hodos, u'lashem kano l'zamer. I think I messed that up. I would have prepared it, but I wanted to sing a little bit of a chant and say it's always good to thank God. And like Hasidim, that's what we're most known for, is our chanting and ecstatic service of God. And like I always say, like, praise the Lord. That's my answer. Basically, no matter what the circumstances, whether I'm good or bad, I always try to thank my Creator. And thanks Jennifer for doing this. Catch us on Week in Review tomorrow night. I will be on Adam Green again. No More News, talking about the historical Jesus, who isn't atheist. Adam Green is agnostic, but he is in opposition to the Abrahamic God. So might be interesting to people to hear that, and so make the note that Green is not an atheist. He's an agnostic who accepts that there might be a God in spirituality, but doesn't think the Abrahamic God is an accurate description of that, and specifically that he considers Jesus and Christianity some sort of plot of the Jews. So we'll be talking about the historic Jesus. Maybe on Friday, I'm not sure if Chris will be talking about Buddhism. Again, if he reaches out, I'm willing to do it. And on Sunday, I have my conversation, been looking forward for a while, Ben Watkins, about the soul. Ben Watkins brought up in a Christian background and is an atheist, but has a backing in theology and philosophy, and he, even though he's an atheist, he understands that there's some benefits to theology, not just to people and having a happier, more meaningful life, but in terms of explanatory phenomenon. So catch that. I'll post on Twitter, my social media, Sunday at 1 p.m. and then Week in Review with Jennifer Sunday night. So appreciate that. Take care.
Thanks, Doowovid.